Umaga. President William Ruto has held a meeting with the U.S. President Joe Biden at the White House during his 4-day visit to the country, where Biden has emphasized the need for Kenya to lead the security forces in Haiti to restore peace. President Biden also promised to strengthen his partnership with Kenya, especially in democracy, as well as investing in several projects, including technological ones such as Silicon Savannah, which collaborates closely with Silicon Valley of the United States.
And finally, Mr. President, I can't thank you. Think of a better way to kick off this visit. When I visited Nairobi as Vice President, I said that the true strength of Kenya was its people, and the students, workers, founders, activists, and innovators, entrepreneurs, and so many people like you who really do depend on democracy and support democracy.
Thank you.
And today, as we honor 60 years of ties between our countries, it's clear that our people are the true strength of this partnership, and a partnership that's working well. Nowhere is it more important than in the realm of innovation. That's why we have so many business leaders around this table. From Silicon Valley to Silicon Savannah, our people have brought us forward, and they've pioneered new technologies that are transforming millions of lives. I mean, literally millions of lives, and it's going to go beyond that.
On his part, President William Ruto promoted Kenya's innovation and technology sectors, saying that Kenyans in particular are eager to continue investing in such sectors around the world. President Ruto said that investment opportunities in various sectors in the United States are compatible with the needs of many Kenyans, hence the importance of working together.
I bring you very warm greetings from the people of Kenya and our brothers and sisters from across the continent. Our young population, talented, educated, innovative, and American technology that is cutting edge, and investment capital and investors that are hungry for opportunities, not just in Kenya but in our continent, is a perfect match for this moment. I think we have a historic moment to explore investment opportunities between Kenya and the United States.
Biden and Ruto have met at a time when Kenya and the United States are celebrating 60 years of cooperation. These two countries have been collaborating in the war against terrorism, especially Al-Shabaab extremists, as well as in dealing with the effects of climate change. And it's all systems go for the Madaraka Day celebrations, which will be held in Bungoma County next month. Speaking while inspecting Masinde Muliro Stadium, Interior PS Raymond Omolo said more than 12,700 Kenyans and nearly 2,000 guests will be in attendance.
We are 100% satisfied with the preparation as part of the run-up to the national celebrations. We started at Matulo Airstrip, which is at 96% complete. What is pending is just the perimeter fence, and that is currently going on. We have had the first test landing happening by the Kenya Air Force this morning, and they are happy with the state of the runway.
Governor Ken Lusaka, on his part, who will be the host of the celebrations, asked Kenyans to come out in large numbers, further congratulating Kenya Defence Forces for collaborating with the organizing committee to complete the preparations on time.
I take this opportunity on behalf of the people of Bungoma to welcome all Kenyans of all walks of life. Come on 1st of June so that we are able to celebrate the 61st Madaraka Day together. It's a great honor and privilege for us to host this year's Madaraka Day, and we're looking forward to it being a good success for not just Bungoma but as a country. Secondly, I know we have rains. I'm sure that I want to invite you come early enough. I hope it will not be raining from 8 in the morning, but you come early enough so that if the function starts early, we'll be able to beat the rain. And you can also come with an umbrella.
That's the News Wire. I'm Umaga.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
Now, I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's petty, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning. It's Thursday. We're coming towards the end of the week. Let's see what it's going to look like as you traverse these Nairobi streets this morning. All right. So if you're coming off, let's start. Usual suspects coming off a Thika Superhighway. Not much happening here. Actually, you get into the city really quickly. Even at that Pangani underpass area, nothing much happening here. On the western side of things, also coming in through Westlands and then into the CBD this morning, we're doing all right. There has been an accident this morning right around Imaradaima, so traffic is slowing down considerably. So as inbound traffic coming in past Cabanas all the way through to that Imaradaima slope and then out towards General Motors. So that accident, I think they're clearing that up now, and so traffic is starting to move, but that kind of held things up earlier. So apart from that accident, I think we should be all right. Let's take a look at how this happens through Thursday morning. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Aya, mambo iko namna gani? It's not yet Friday. Today is Friday.
Okay, so.
Hey, surely.
You've waited for this day.
Aye. Tuwezi ishi namna hii bwana. How are you?
Fine, thanks. Good morning.
I'm very well.
You're well?
I am.
So you have waited for me to say, how are you? Okay, Eric, how are you? And he said,
what
fine.
Did you ask?
You asked me, how are you?
And then?
He said, you said, good morning, are you well?
Yeah.
I said, fine, thanks, good morning. And then you said, I'm very well.
Sasa ndio hiyo.
Hapana, sijakuuliza.
Kwani good morning means what?
Good morning means I'm wishing you a good morning. I didn't ask how you are. So you wait for me to ask.
When you said, fine, thank you, good morning, what should I have said? I already told you good morning.
No, you wait for me to ask you. You just assume that I'm asking how you are.
I asked you, how are you?
Said, no, you said you're well.
Yes.
And I said, fine, thanks, good morning. So you would have waited for me to say, and
so
how
I should have said good morning.
You'd have just paused. You don't have to say anything. Wait.
So, let's repeat.
Okay.
Are you well?
Yes, fine, thanks. How are you? This is now when
it's my time now. Sawa. Sawa, I am fine.
Oh, well.
Oh, good morning to you too.
Finally, it's out. It's like those people who you say, happy birthday, Eric, and they say, happy birthday to you. No, it's your birthday. Hey.
Mama ikoje?
Poa tu. Bwana, it's still raining. Nini?
Kwanza, have you seen what's happening at the coast?
Sheesh.
Yeah?
I was a bit confused.
The thing came and the thing hit. And it was what? With some devastation. What's it called again? Iala.
Yeah, Iali.
Yeah?
Iali.
Hey. Mbaya bwana. Hiyo kitu ni mbaya bwana. Okay, so what shall we be discussing today? It's Justice Thursday. We shall have a justice conversation. But let's begin with 7 a.m. where we will discuss the Matatu industry. Is it unruly? Is it misunderstood? Okay. We all know the Matatus, and we all have an opinion about Matatus. The CEO of the Matatu Owners Association, Patricia Mudeu, joins us at 7 a.m. Let's discuss this Matatu industry. Often we just hear it, we just see it, we just see chaos, we see Matatus trying to use a different route. It plunges into a river and people die, and you're like, surely. So what is it? What works and what doesn't work in this sector? Patricia will tell us. Okay. And then at 8 a.m., we will talk about borrowing trends in Kenya and the cost of credit. We'll be joined by the general manager of Tala, Anastella Mumbi. Tala is the mobile lending thingamajiggy, right? One of those mobile lending companies. So she will come, she will give us the statistics from what they see. Also, as the Mobile Lenders Association, she has a lot of information. They'll also tell us how far they're going with regulation. Remember, they all had to apply to the Central Bank of Kenya because they're now under the ambit of the Central Bank of Kenya. Not all of them that have applied have received a license. Many, hundreds, haven't been authorized to operate. And many of them are like, okay, so is it because you don't meet what is it?
Why?
Yeah. And the CBK is like, we are working on it.
Calm down.
And 9 o'clock is when we shall have the Justice Thursday conversation. The mandate of the Environment and Planning Division of the Environment and Lands Court. We'll be joined by the Honorable Lady Justice Jacqueline Mogeni, who is the judge of the Environment and Lands Court, and also Engineer Mairura Omwenga, who is a member of the Environment and Planning Working Group. The two of them, the judge and the engineer, join us at 9 o'clock. This is a conversation that comes right on the back of what we are seeing happening in our environment. Kuna mambo mingi. Are you in riparian land? Are you not? Are you still on land? Oh, and the issues of planning. Are we operating within the plans? Are we not? Can you take you to court? Can we take them not? All those things. Justice Mogeni joins us alongside Engineer Omwenga. Hii na yote happening. Siti Muga, mambo vipi?
He snuck in.
He sneaked in. Siti, Why do you like snacking?
Nimesikia vile prefect amesema.
Wow, hey, sheesh. I've been given a new name.
Prefect.
Nimesikia.
Startling. When we were in primary school, we used to call them prefect.
Prefect.
Because you did not know.
There's a prefect is too much.
Because you did not know.
It's
too difficult to
so prefect.
Pronounce. Prefect sounds a little bit more difficult than prefect. Okay.
You know, there's a lot of prefect. This is coming in as something else, completely different.
Right.
So confused.
By the prefect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let us take a weather break. It's 16 minutes after 6. We are live streaming the show as usual. You know what you need to do. Just say hello to all of us. Ednah, what happened to Alejandro? I'm oversleep. You're the Gen Alpha, I'm the Gen Z.
Yes, sir.
Eh?
It's the child of
the
weather.
Weather too. When he'll tell us when he's back, we will understand.
It gets cold, like
man, this thing.
Forget it. Who goes outside?
It doesn't
I'll go tomorrow.
This thing doesn't rhyme with my vibe. Yes.
It's all good vibes and
Jesus. 16 after 6.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
It is 15 degrees in Nairobi, highs of 24 and lows of 15 today. Mostly clear at 14 in Nakuru with highs of 25 and we'll see highs of 24. You're mostly cloudy. Nyeri at 16. It's clear at 15 in Eldoret, highs of 23 and lows of 14, and looking into a mostly clear Mombasa at 25, we'll see highs of 28. Malindi is cloudy at 25, we'll see highs of 29 and lows of 25, while in Kisumu it's clear at 21, we'll see highs of 29. Kakamega is clear at 18 with highs of 28, we'll see lows of 18. And we're looking into a mostly cloudy Kampala at 22 with highs of 27, Dar es Salaam at 24, we'll see highs of 30. Johannesburg is clear at 9, highs of 22, and Mogadishu at 26 is partly sunny with highs of 32. Addis Ababa at 15 is sunny, going to highs of 24, while Lagos is clear at 27. It'll go to highs of 32. 33 will be the high in a partly cloudy Kinshasa at 24. It's partly sunny at 28 in Beijing with highs of 31. And we're looking into a cloudy Paris with a chance of thunderstorms later, going to highs of 19. London is cloudy at 13, going to highs of 19, and we'll see highs of 29 in a clear New York, currently at 22.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay. Who's awake?
Everybody is awake this morning. Okay, folks on Facebook saying good morning to you. Collins is tuned in this morning. Is tuned in from Murang County, Kiharu constituency, Wangu Ward, Wanjenji village. Listening 2 stations at once is irritating. Hey, Johanna, Michael, Wagenye, what's wrong?
What?
Okay.
You're saying sort out 90.9 FM.
Sort it out. Okay.
Kwani kumedaje bwana? Ayai.
Simon Odhiambo says, Leo sitaingia classroom. I must follow this to the end. Migori is cool. Okay. My favorite FM for life says Bior Alex Song. Good morning to you and Karibu Sana. Peter Kiaria says good morning from a cold Mombasa. You see, I can never come to terms with this when you tell me that Mombasa is cold. I don't know.
What would you eat?
Nikama. The laughter of a child lights up the house. This is very true, actually. Kansas is represented, says Joel Odondi. Thank you for always beginning the day on a high note. We love you for free. As opposed to?
For not free.
Okay.
Penda bure.
Oh, that's what it is. All right. Paul Omondi says, good morning, Spice team and the audience. Karibu Sana. Team Spice, tuning from Westlands. That's where Moses Nyambura is. Can we get to know the update of the persons who are affected by floods? How have they been compensated as promised? That's a very good question. Coming up with that information. Robert Mbogo says, good morning from Mombasa. Josephat Moirori says, good morning, Spice. Continue spicing our mornings. Voi is drizzling and it's cold again. Good morning, Ndu CT, Latiff and Nyabox. Hey, says Rogers, rather that's Josephat. No, actually, it's Barry Juma. Hello, Princess Nduwal. Hello, good morning. CT, Eric and Ednah. Unpatriotic Kenyans are asking, what infrastructure, taxes and policies are we inviting Tyler Perry to come collaborate or invest in? The team was it the best for this? Oh, okay.
Wait.
What's she asking?
Tyler Perry.
How does he come into this conversation?
Tyler Perry amesema anakuja kuinvest.
Let him come, by all means. He's the guy of movies.
Yes, Medea.
He needs to come.
He has an entire city, or is it an entire county?
That is the studio.
As a studio.
Yeah.
Now that guy has understood something.
Big time.
And just 10 short years ago, he was bankrupt living in his car.
In his car. At least he had a car.
But now he's so busy, that the president went to visit Tyler Perry Studios, but Tyler had so many meetings.
So he had to send somebody.
He was not able to meet the president. He was like, oh my goodness.
Steve Harvey.
Oh, Steve Harvey went to say
on his behalf.
So that's a good thing.
To do. Well.
When had he not been told before that the president was coming?
Sure. You wonder.
No. That one we need to
investigate it.
We open a select committee.
Okay, listen to this. Joe Mungai says, good morning, everybody. Let's eat cakes, muffins, and scones. Avoid bread. It's responsible for diabetes. Okay.
Yeah.
Bashari Anjero says, good morning. Kenyans are being treated to Y2K92 reload. Okay. Jimmy Wekasa says, good morning from Cape Town. Baraka ya Safia Ndu. Ye... Oh, you're speaking Hausa. You guys work at Eric na CT. I've been fucking chicky did. Okay, Saronku Kowache Safia. Okay, so I don't know that Paul Omondi understands Hausa, or he has gone to Google it. But he is greeting you guys in Hausa.
What does it make?
Barka da Safia is good morning, clean greetings essentially. Yeah, guys work guy. Eric and the CT, that is greet them.
Salimia Eric
Gaisua is greeting.
Okay.
Abim Farin Chiki Dasun Saurong Kuko Safia. So everybody who's in there greet all of them.
Wholesale.
Yeah.
Very good.
And that's Hausa. Good morning, brothers. It's Justice Wednesday. It's actually Justice Thursday, but okay. Eagerly waiting to hear what you've lined up for us. Karibu Sana. So many people. Let me just go quickly. Samuel Bakora says, good morning. James Mukabana is also here. Deno Mwanza is greeting. Hiram Gavondu says, good morning. Alex Mnai says he's locked in. Oganyi says, good morning. Roiro is tuned in. Good morning, Spice crew. Online app is still bringing problems, Lina says, a selfish leader will burn the nation. Will burn down the country so they can rule over the ashes. Good morning, frogs. What? What? How do you call it frogs? Not quite sure why, but okay. Chamursoy.
So they're boiling slowly.
Buana. He's greeting us from Iten. Yamo says, good morning, Team Spice. Ndu sipote hivyo nawe. Sawa basi. Sitafanya hivyo tena. King Dave says, Edna, play the song Bibi na Bwana wakigombana nyumbani uwache wenyewe wataelewana. Ni sawa basi. Carol anatupenda, tunakupenda pia, my sister. Ann Gore says, good morning. Mugula says, good morning as well. Jacob Ongala is tuned in this morning. You really make us feel close to home. Well, that's great. You're in Windhoek in Namibia. And Alex says, hyenas have invaded us in Oloika in Koroi. The AWS has done nothing about it. You wake up in the morning and there's a hyena.
So there have been hyenas, Simba, buffaloes.
The other day, a lioness jumped into somebody's compound in Nongata Rongai to eat a dog.
This Rongai area has extended into the park.
No, the other way around.
It's Rongai that's extended into the animals do not venture out.
Oh, no.
I'm
in agreement with you. From I thought the park had entered into Rongai. No, it's Rongai that has entered the park.
I agree with you. Park.
Yes.
What do you expect? You're in their backyard. So?
Even Langata here. That's what happened.
Kila mtu karibu.
Kila mtu. City. Fanya like that then.
I will do precisely like that. When a baboon offers you a banana.
When a who?
Baboon.
Oh,
baboon. Baboon. Okay? Offers you a banana. Imagine how many he has in his stomach.
So here you are feeling special.
Kushiba.
Fella is full.
He's discarding the excess.
Yes, I really don't want this. You?
Full.
Hata naweza tupa.
Haya. Headlines.
On the front page of the Standard this morning, black markets to thrive as Ruto tax plan suffers a blow. Kenyans are bracing for tax increases as the William Ruto government seeks to bridge its budget deficit. However, experts warn the more levies government introduces, the more evaders will rise, denying KRA taxes even as petitioners move to court, move to court seeking to block MPs from passing the finance bill. I'm not surprised. There's a picture there of Dr. Jill Biden, the First Lady of the US, looking resplendent in yellow, shaking the hand of Dr. William Ruto.
Amenge Uda.
Nikama.
Biden.
I just had to let you know that there was a color being worn. Take that as you would like it.
Okay.
Sawa. Unfortunately, Joe Biden did not meet the president at Joint Base Andrews. Not at Joint Base Andrews, but he will meet him today.
It's a scheduling issue.
It's a scheduling issue, kind of. Well, you were coming, but, we had this and this plan, so, doctor will meet you.
Okay.
Thousands still out of school. At least 2,155 schools damaged by floods failed to reopen for second term on the 13th of May. There's uncertainty as to when the learners will resume education. The worst affected schools are in Kisumu, Tana River and Homa Bay counties, with government mulling alternative places for learning. Now, this mulling should end, one would ask. When? We'll look into that story. Hustler defenders have turned into Gachagwa's critics. Is it? KCB defies forecast to post a 16 billion shilling profit. CT, you might like that. Government a new plan to privatize more than 200 parastatals. It was a story, it did the rounds. People were shaking body, and then it went quiet. Well, it's still going on, my friends, and it looks like it's going to happen. On the front page of The Nation, the president and the first lady are holding hands descending the stairs of the plane that took them to the Washington yesterday. It was quite an interesting picture. You can say whatever you want. What are those people called who analyze body language?
Those ones.
Body language analysts had a lot to say yesterday, but it was interesting.
Why? Because the president was holding his wife's hand.
It's not the first time. Even when he descended in Atlanta, he was holding Madam's hand, which is a good thing.
Okay.
Yes.
It is a very
well
good
done.
Thank you.
This is really good.
Okay.
It's an example for the men to follow.
Hold your wife's hand.
Yes.
When coming down a plane.
Other times, what you choose to do. Okay. Where? Omtata moves to block the finance bill. Are you surprised? Don't be. Jumping the gun, Busia Senator Okoh Omtata wants the High Court to stop public participation on the proposed taxation measures because, contrary to procedure, the National Assembly has prioritized the Finance Bill 2024 before considering and approving the Appropriations Act 2024. One must come before the other. Cart before horse? Well, let's see. UON wrangles, VC Kiama sent on leave again. The University of Nairobi Council has sent VC Stephen Kiama on leave yet again and directed Professor Ayub Joroge to continue serving in acting capacity. How many leaves can you take in 12 months?
Because when he sent on leave again, we should only be told he declined to take the leave again.
Again.
Yes.
What's happening at the UN, man?
I'm telling you, it's a big something, no?
Sheesh.
Why Gachagua is courting Uhuru? Dun, 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 dun. The deputy president has once more reached out to retired President Uhuru Kenyatta in efforts to unite the Mount Kenya region and consolidate his support base amid sustained criticism from a section of local leaders.
And Uhuru is playing hard to get, huh?
Uhuru said to him, it's like the monkey with the banana.
He's like, Niko busy.
Ngoja nipigie next week Tuesday evening.
Nitakwambia ile schedule yangu mali naweza kupatikana
kama niko wapi next week.
Nitakuwa within.
Nilikuwa nafaa kusafiri lakini naona inawezekana, lakini wacha
tutafutane.
Nikiwa without pia nitakwambia.
Wacha tuongee.
Tuongee usijali. Sitako.
Ayo rubana.
Now, the court freezes 28 million shillings belonging to the KNH boss. Walala.
How much?
28 million.
No.
That's not nataka kule nini?
No,
tutanunua maziwa aje surely. EACC investigating Dr. Evanson Kamuri over allegations of abuse of office, unexplained wealth, conflict of interest, and irregular award of tenders to firms linked to him. Wow. Iyali is a nice name, but in this case, it's named after a cyclone. 2 die in coast as cyclone Iyali causes havoc. It's unfortunate what we're seeing. Heavy winds, strong winds and heavy rains and large waves in the Indian Ocean yesterday, causing quite some havoc. Reinstate school feeding, state told. The National Assembly's NGCDF committee has protested against the proposal to withdraw the free school feeding program and cautioned the government against adopting the proposal, which will affect millions of learners who may go without meals from July. So there are these things called special economic zones. You know them? They are roaring to life, apparently.
Nice.
Arrival of new investors is a relief after years of limited activity brought about by lack of inadequate funds to put in place infrastructure such as roads, electricity, and water.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the Business Daily, France topples China on loans as Ruto looks west. France and Germany have toppled China in budgeted loans from rich countries for the new year starting July, underlining President Ruto's realignment with the West in a foreign policy shift from that of his 2 predecessors. The Treasury has in the budget books listed France as the biggest bilateral financier for projects in the Ruto administration's 3.9 trillion shilling expenditure plan for the financial year starting July. Followed by Germany. Europe's 3rd largest economy will fund projects worth 26 billion shillings or 30.45% of the 86 billion that the Treasury expects to receive from rich countries. Yeah, so France, pesa mingi. If you compare 2022-2023, France lent us 23 billion. Now, next year, France will lend us 26 billion. Germany, 14 to 16 billion.
Shillings?
Yes. Japan initially lent us 31 billion shillings in 2022-23. Now it will be 14. It's a drop. China also from 29 billion shilling loans to, in the next financial year, 7 billion shillings loan. Steep jump, right? Well, drop. KCB beats equity with 16 billion first quarter net profit. KCB Group has posted a 69% growth in net profit to 16 billion shillings for the first quarter ended March on increased income and reduced tax expense, racing past Equity Group for the first time in 4 years. The lender's results released yesterday showed a net profit grew from 9.5 B with a 3-month earnings equivalent to 43% of the 37.46 billion posted in the full year ended December last year. KCB making some good money. Let us see whether this time, at the end of this year, they are going to at least unleash a small dividend like this. Irrigation pending bills hit 18 billion shillings. Where the irrigation department has accumulated 18 billion shillings pending bills, and contractors and lawyers, among others, are demanding. These lawyers, but the lawyers are owed this out of these 600 billion shillings owed pending bills. A huge percentage is to lawyers.
What exactly did these lawyers do in order to be owed this amount of money?
They represented these organizations in court and lost the cases.
They lost the cases. They represented the people in court.
Remember, we had an issue with lawyers who represented the IEBC and the amounts of money that were told existed in the pending bills portfolio. We at it again here, are we?
Yep.
Right. Okay.
It's there with the Nairobi City County. It's there with other counties. It's there with now parastatals. It's there with the departments, basically lawyers and government and law. Clinker imports drop 77% on new levy. Yesterday we hosted the CEO of CAM. Cement clinker imports plummeted by 77% last year as the government introduced a steep tax on the product in a move it argued would help promote the local manufacturing industry. Okay, so I wonder, so if imports dropped 77%, so where did they get the clinker from?
Are we saying that our own production rose by 77%?
That's a question. Relief for investors as CDSC reactivates 1.2 million share accounts, and airtime bank levies dethrone sin taxes as excise duty cash cow. Now, sin tax is not coming from cigarettes and booze. It's coming from airtime, because airtime is a luxury, so you're charged the sin tax.
Is it a luxury?
Because banking services are a luxury, so you're charged sin tax. Are we together?
No.
Okay, very good. City, what's in the Star?
Well, clearly, may I have far more cheerful news.
Okay.
Financial results, top right-hand corner in tail green. In the green corner, KCB regains top bank badge with 69% net profit jump.
Right.
This is on page 11. Yani they've jumped. Yes.
Net profit.
16, exactly 16B or thereabouts. Okay. Heavy rains pound coast and western regions for 4 months. IGAD. Okay. That one we know. Mass exodus. How TSC beat teachers' crisis in Northeastern. This will be an interesting story because the story is on page 8. How they beat the crisis, I wonder. Hope at last. Senate orders DOD to pay former sick soldier 12 million Kenya shillings. Now, bang in the middle of the paper, succession, a new Mount Kenya political grouping has moved to register the outfit. Okay?
Allah?
Yes, it was bound to happen. Okay. It is that season, is it not? Yes. Once you have dissent, the thing about it, it's a growth industry. Other people will dissent, others will form new parties, and they'll tell you they'll do better than the others, forgetting that they're the same people who once people saw in other parties, isn't it? Okay. Right. How Mount Kenya political wave will hit Ruto and Raila. The region's bigwigs say they will field their own presidential candidate in 2027. The story is on page 4 and 5. Then there's a picture. US signs 430 million Kenya shillings with Kenya's student airlift program. Okay? Right. Then there's a picture of our president, President Dr. William Ruto, together with First Lady of the USA, Dr. Jill Biden. And we have Mama Rachel Ruto. Resplendent outfit this she's wearing. Yes. This provides for a delightful contrast when you look at the bright yellow that the First Lady of the US is wearing. This is very good.
Very good.
Then there's a picture of some individuals here. We are told this was an energy agency 9th annual global conference on energy efficiency at Safari Park. My goodness. Every other week there's a conference in this country.
Yes. Big ones. International conferences.
Big problem.
All right, and then there's a picture here of the Deputy President, the CS for, is it ICT or is it energy? Anyway.
Which one?
See, there's a picture here of Deputy President, and then there's a picture of
Davis Churchill, Energy and Petroleum.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking about. And then there's a picture of Raila Odinga and the Egyptian ambassador to Kenya, while Nasreddin Atia at his current home. There's no story about it, but you can look at page 2 and you might find it. But they seem to be having a good chat. I don't see teacups. These people are not drinking tea.
How can you chai? Hakuna chai?
That's a problem here.
Yeah, maybe the tea came after this picture was taken, but I don't see.
Because the caption mentions tea.
There are many flowers here, but I don't see teacups. Okay, so we'll leave it at that.
Alrighty, let's take a break. Tell us about the traffic. Okay? It is at 21 minutes to 7.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, starting to build up as we get into Thursday. And now is when we see some movement on the Thika Superhighway and then clogging up at that underpass as you're getting into the CBD. There's also some traffic coming in on Kiambu Road. And coming out of Westerns, we're fine. Not going to be a problem, at least not for now, until we get closer to traffic hour. That issue that was happening right around Imara Daima as you then get out towards the city seems to have relax a little bit. There was an accident earlier this morning, but the folks are not using the long route anymore. Coming off of Jogo Road out towards Landis and then towards Kamkunji, there's a little bit of traffic, but that shouldn't stop you. You'll be fine getting through towards the CBD. In and outbound traffic is moving fairly well. And as you come in from the Eastern Bypass, you're also all right. Kangunda Road is going to mash up, and we can see that already happening now with movement here and there. Keeping an eye on things as we get into it. Let's talk on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so there are many things happening, but let's look at this UON story because it's a thing. What exactly is happening at UON? The wrangles deepen as Kiama is sent on leave, again. The University of Nairobi Council has sent Vice-Chancellor Stephen Kiama on leave yet again and directed Professor Ayub Njoroge to continue serving in acting capacity. In a press statement sent to newsrooms, the council said it was deeply concerned about the continued harassment, intimidation and misuse of staff and resources by some unauthorized persons. As per, there are people who are authorized to intimidate and whatever staff. Some persons are not. Okay? The council wishes to inform the university community and all the concerned persons that the decision made on April 19, 2024, granting Professor Stephen Kiama leave with immediate effect remains in force. So now on May 22nd, we are saying it again. Other than directing Professor Kiama to resume his leave, the university apex organ said it has given its blessings to Professor Njoroge, the current dean of the Faculty of Engineering, to carry out all the responsibilities of the VC. The council, headed by Professor Amukwa Anangwe, also rescinded all adjustments made to the performance of duties of 24 administrative positions issued to respective officers by Professor Kiama, and said that the attendant terms and conditions of service of the said officers and respective office staffing effectively remain unaltered. In the circular, the council said that no changes shall be made to the 24 listed positions and ordered the staff in those units to continue with their work. You just carry on like nothing happened, okay? All staff and movements effected in response to the aforementioned court case and contrary to the council resolutions directives are hereby reversed, and the affected staff are directed to immediately resume previous stations and positions without any obstructions. The council also stated that any actions, communications or directives that contravene the resolutions or are in defiance of the council will be considered gross misconduct and insubordination. Individuals found acting against council directives will be held personally accountable and may face appropriate disciplinary action. So let's look at the feud in a glance, shall we? In its latest circular, the University of Nairobi has said that its decision in April to send him on leave remains in force. It has also said that there were no changes to the changes that he had brought about. That they will only... Now, the VC has said that he's still in office. You people said I'm on leave. I'm here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Allah, who's on leave?
Allah.
He says, first of all, you can't force me to go on leave. Leave is me. I go on leave is me. So how do you give me leave? I'm the one who applies for leave. And you can't force me to go on leave. He added that he will only leave at the expiry of his term. My contract states 1, 2, 3 at the end of my term. Then shall I what? Leave.
What's the genesis of all this? What's the issue?
They said that he's high-handed in nature.
Okay.
And that there's been harassment of staff.
Okay.
And that generally doesn't treat people well.
Okay.
And that he's not been given the mandate to authorize certain things, but he's gone ahead and done them repetitively over the years. Okay. So the council has had to step in as a result of several complaints.
Well, you've gone rogue.
Exactly. You are doing as you like.
Is there a procedure for reining in a rogue CEO of an institution such as this one?
Well, usually there would be a council or board that would sit.
Okay.
And then there would be you would be called.
Okay.
Yeah, they would have a conversation with you. You would be able to state your case. And if they were found that there was a necessary need to have you called, as it were, then they would.
So is that procedure preceded by you, first of all, being sent on leave as the council investigates these manenos? I mean, like, what exactly is going on
For
here?
the council to say that he goes on leave, that means it is obviously something that they have activated previously, and they know that that is the MO. That we say, okay, in the meantime, while we figure out what's going on, how about you take a back seat?
And the rogue CEO does not want to take a
Rogue
back seat.
CEO said, excuse me? Leave. I'm the one when you want to go on leave, so you apply for leave. I don't want to go on leave. Can't force me to go on leave. I'm working. In fact, it's 7 a.m. I should be in the office. You're disturbing me. Do you see? They've gone ahead and said some positions that he's even authorized change over. We are stepping in as a council and we're saying, no, do not touch them. Should you decide to touch them, you're in direct contravention of the council mandate, and we're not going to allow you to do that. And anybody who wants to come and think that they can change it, even you, will now deal with you in terms of gross insubordination.
It's too much.
But that's politics. By the way, our universities have more politics. Given that the institutions, in comparison to the country, are just a small unit, the intensity of the politics they are in are usually mind-boggling. And everything that we're reading here is usually very far away from what is actually happening. Okay. These things revolve around succession politics. Who favored who, brought who, what in this position, and who are the people who are in the council who are supporting this person. And usually at the end of all this, don't assume for a single second money is not involved in this process and this thinking. No, don't. Because when you're a CEO, you are a CEO. Okay?
Yep.
And by the way, here when it comes to certain things, public participation is something that begins and ends as a discussion.
It's an idea.
It's an idea. But there are people who don't want certain people, there are those who want certain people. And it isn't as though one is less qualified or more qualified than the other. Hardly.
No.
Hardly.
It's not a qualification issue here.
You will find some petty things like, but so and so, this faculty this guy came from. Such people should not even lead the university. I think, what are you talking about? He's a faculty leading the institution as an individual. Man, you need to see in order to understand and believe the politics that goes on with these things. Oh, this person is not competent. How did this person get to be a professor in the first place? It's a torturous journey.
It's not an easy responsibility.
No, it is not. It is not. By the time you get there, it is not. By the time you even become an assistant VC in charge of whatever it is that you're in charge of, it's a long journey. You've been a principal. You've been a dean. It's a really, really lengthy journey. Yes. So you can't suddenly say that this person who's risen through the ranks suddenly gets this position and they actually can't quite.
And they don't know the procedures of doing some things. And
something has gone wrong and has very little to do with this person's ability to do that job.
Ni siasa, like you said.
Siasa mingi sana.
So updates on what's going on in the country in terms of rains and floods. Uncertainty surrounds reopening of hundreds of schools affected by floods. At least 2,155 schools damaged by floods failed to reopen for second term on the 13th of May despite a directive by the President. Education CS Ezekiel Machogu had earlier indicated that most affected schools were in Kisumu, Tana River and Homa Bay. He said alternative interventions were being explored to ensure learners do not lose out. Now, a spot check by the Standard showed that some of them are still submerged 2 weeks after learning resumed. In some areas, flood victims are still camping in some schools, raising questions about the government's commitment. In Busia, at least 9 schools are yet to reopen. In Budalangi, 2 weeks later. This is Madua, Runyu, Bulwani, Musa, Musoma Primary. Others are Musoma Secondary, Budala and Rugunga Primary schools, which remain inaccessible. By last week, Modi and Kabuto primary schools are still being used as camping sites by flood victims. Residents of Bunyala South are still reeling from the effects of floods. Faith Oundo, a resident of Mabinju village, said access to basic needs like food is now becoming hard. In Galole constituency, Makere Primary School was swept away into Tana River. The school was swept into the river.
Hey, God.
forcing learners to learn under trees. Area MP Said Hirbai said he has sent an appeal for funds to reconstruct Makere, Ndura, Nyangwani, and Chanani and Hola Township secondary schools. He estimates that Tana River County will require about 3 billion shillings to rebuild or to repair schools damaged by the floods. At least 3,000 children in Tana River have not reopened. In Lamu, Malindi Lamu Road Malindi Lamu Road at Gamba in Tana River County was damaged, forcing travelers to use boats to cross the flooded stretch. Last week, Cabinet Secretary Murkomen toured the area and said the damage had caused huge losses. Victims of floods camping at Ombaka Primary School in Kisumu County are relying on well-wishers. This story is going on and on and on. At least 10 people perished in Migori. Areas worst hit are Nyora, Kabuto, Sere, Angugo, Aneko, Modi, Konya. Konyagi or Konyago? I don't know. Misui in Nyatike. Migori County Environment Executive Caleb Opondi said floods damaged properties and infrastructure. This is all over. And then now let's go to the coast, where yesterday this new cyclone made landfall. Cyclone Iyali has wreaked havoc in parts of the coast region, claiming 2 lives, leaving 6 individuals injured. The cyclone, which had grown from a tropical storm on Tuesday evening, caused strong winds, rains, and large waves in the Indian Ocean. Met explained that the initial tropical storm Iyali intensified to a cyclone stage and was positioned close to the Kenyan coast. The cyclone was expected to dissipate by yesterday. Police in Kilifi confirmed the death of a 4-year-old pupil after strong winds destroyed the roof of an early childhood development education classroom, while an employee at a warehouse succumbed to injuries after the winds damaged a wall. According to the police, the strong winds experienced since Tuesday blew down the wall of Salima Gase Kenya Limited's warehouse, where gas cylinders had been stored. 2 employees were injured by falling stones. One of them died while receiving treatment at the Rabai Sub-County Hospital. Another tragic incident was at Gogoraruhe village in Balamweni, Kayafungo location. The winds destroyed the roof of the Gogorahule Mosque ECDE school, injuring 5 pupils. It is still going on, man. The Ministry of Education had said, yeah, we shall reopen schools. We know there's some schools that have issues. We shall come up with alternative interventions. Those alternatives, 0.
Today is the what?
Today is the 23rd.
Thank you very much. Schools opened
10 days ago.
10 days ago. Okay.
Last week on Monday.
Okay.
Yeah.
The schools that at the time of opening were mentioned as being uninhabitable have remained uninhabitable.
Yes, they have. And the children who were supposed to be attending those schools have remained where?
At home.
Exactly.
That is, of course, if their homes haven't been submerged.
Yeah.
But more to the point, the rains haven't subsided. There are those who say that we expect this rain to continue up to September. Okay? Now, what is the likelihood that the numbers are going to be constant? I see a situation where many more schools may actually get affected by this rain.
Yeah.
Yes. So the preparation, because it's two pronged. How do you get children who are at home back to school? How do you ensure that when it does rain, that those who were previously not adversely affected are not adversely affected, so that they can actually, the students in the schools can actually continue their learning?
I want to know what the plan is, or what they're going to do, or what they're currently doing right now for these 2,155 schools. Because let's understand something. These are not community projects. These are schools. These are government schools. These are public schools that they need to be taken care of. More so that the children who attended these schools before the rains or whatever happened are at home. What happens in terms of their intermediary learning? What happens? Or 3 billion shillings is needed in Tana River. You guys, let's just have an honest conversation. 3 billion shillings is needed in Tana River.
Yep.
Do you see right now that 3 billion shillings is going to be found
in Tana River for this?
In Tana River to replace schools?
No way.
Let's be honest.
Nope.
And this is not being a Debbie Downer. This is saying for real. Will they rebuild those schools in Tana River?
No.
Will those children go back to school?
No.
Come on. But then we're going to gloss over it like it doesn't matter. We're going to say, yeah, ministry,
we're working on it.
We're working on it. Christmas, ding dong, merrily on high, we'll come.
Plans are underway.
We will still be here.
What we're doing first is to make sure that the candidates are at least candidating.
Then we are here talking that Gachagua is calling Uhuru and he's twiddling his hair around his fingers. Come on, man.
Uhuru is the one who's causing it. Uhuru should just pick Gachagua's call. So then Gachagua can now go back to focusing on disaster management.
For goodness sake.
City, you said there was a story that would have been very nice to for us to hear.
Yes.
What story was it? Do you remember? No.
3 banks profits.
No.
There was another one.
It was something else. Something else. What was it?
The story of banks. I said it and I finished it. This was how TSC beat teachers' crisis in Northeastern Province.
Yes, that one.
That one. I said this one. We want to find out exactly how they beat it.
Yes.
The agency is mandated by law to hire tutors on permanent and pensionable terms. Okay. The Teacher Service Commission has said it was forced to hire teachers on contract to beat an acute shortage in 4 counties following mass exodus of non-local tutors. In a statement to the Senate, TSC said it hired the teachers in Lamu, Wajir, Garissa and Mandera counties after incessant Al-Shabaab attacks. In 2020, the Commission introduced engagement of teachers on fixed terms in a bid to address the shortage. The TSC said the contracts were renewed after every 3 years. The Commission is mandated by law to hire tutors on permanent and pensionable terms. Notably, teachers recruited under this arrangement are offered 3-year contracts renewable until they turn 65. The Commission said currently there are 376 teachers employed on contract. Apart from the 307, no, did I say 65?
Yes.
I'm reading my own things.
Okay.
It's 376.
Wow.
Yes. Apart from the 376, the Commission has not employed any other teacher on a fixed term contract for more than 10 years, the TSC said. Data from the Ministry of Education says 32 teachers have been killed by Al-Shabaab in Northeastern in the past 5 years. So, there is this contractual understanding which the TSC has by law the right to do in order to avert a crisis.
So because of that, they had to now employ teachers on contract.
Yeah.
So were they employing locals?
Yes.
To cover to food to need this.
Yes, locals and those who are willing to go.
And those who are willing to go.
Was not unwilling to go.
So are they now saying that they are converting them into PNP?
No. This will carry on until the mandate is you can carry this arrangement renewable every 3 years until the person hits the age of 65.
Okay.
At which point you will retire.
Yeah.
Yes.
Without pension.
It is assumed that a 3-year contract comes with a gratuity. Yes. And the government gratuity was really used to be very nice, if I remember correctly. So 30%.
30% of annual pay.
Yeah, it's good. Very good. It's a nice lump sum. So it's pension come early.
Very good.
Indeed.
Okay. Let me tell you something quick, in 2 minutes.
Please.
There's a man who's moved to court seeking to have cases emanating from marriage breakups heard and settled as one. Currently, what happens is when a relationship hits the rocks, partners have several options. One, they sue the other party seeking a divorce. If there are children, they go for custody and maintenance case in another court. If there's also property, they go to another court for matrimonial property, division of matrimonial property case. See, those are 3 different cases. But Kimathi Mtoi Kiao wants the High Court to order that disputes from marriage collapse should be heard as one. According to him, the splitting of cases is expensive to both parties as each attracts legal fees. Different lawyers may handle different disputes. At the same time, he argues, all you want to do is to mariza this story and forget it and move on. But because now you have to do your divorce case, you're finished there, you go to division of matrimonial property, then you also go to children and custody. You're basically just keeping this thing going on. The pain and suffering and the bitterness going on, the impugned practice and/or requirement places an undue burden on the petitioner and other individuals dealing with breakdown of their marriages in terms of resources, such as time and finances, given that the protracted legal tussle, which inevitably causes untold mental anguish to otherwise upstanding and well-meaning citizens. A logical examination of this phenomenon created by and/or arising from interpretation or implementation of the exercising legal framework leads one to the undeniable conclusion that there is an unfavorable and unnecessary duplication of suits. He says, no. He has named as respondents the Attorney General, the Chief Justice, and the Speaker of the National Assembly. He is seeking an order directing Parliament and AG to ensure that the current Matrimonial Properties Act, the Children's Act, and the Dissolution of Marriage Act are harmonized. 7 a.m. now. News time. Tafakari hayo.
Spice up your life.
It's now 7 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. President William Ruto has held a meeting with the U.S. President Joe Biden at the White House during his 4-day visit to the country, where Biden has emphasized the need for Kenya to lead the security forces in Haiti to restore peace. President Biden also promised to strengthen his partnership with Kenya, especially in democracy, as well as investing in several projects, including technological ones such as Silicon Savannah, which collaborates closely with Silicon Valley of United States.
And finally, Mr. President, I can't thank you, think of a better way to kick off this visit. When I visited Nairobi as Vice President, I said that the true strength of Kenya was its people. And the students, workers, founders, activists, and innovators, entrepreneurs, and so many people like you who really do depend on democracy and support democracy.
Thank you.
And today, as we honor 60 years of ties between our countries, it's clear that our people are the true strength of this partnership and a partnership that's working well. Nowhere is it more important than in the realm of innovation. That's why we have so many business leaders around this table. From Silicon Valley to Silicon Savannah, our people have brought us forward and pioneered new technologies that are transforming millions of lives. I mean, literally millions of lives, and it's going to go beyond that.
On his part, President William Ruto promoted Kenya's innovation and technological sectors, saying that Kenyans in particular are eager to continue investing in these sectors around the world, especially with the United States, where most of their investment opportunities are compatible.
I bring you very warm greetings from the people of Kenya and our brothers and sisters from across the continent. Our young population, talented, educated, innovative, and American technology that is cutting edge, and investment capital and investors that are hungry for opportunities, not just in Kenya but in our continent, is a perfect match for this moment. I think we have a historic moment to explore investment opportunities between Kenya and the United States.
Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has said that the government has put in place strategies that will strengthen the economy. Speaking in Nairobi during the energy conference organized by the International Energy Agency, Gachagua revealed that the government is working to ensure that it increases the energy production.
And our development blueprint, Kenya Vision 2030, we are determined to deploy modern infrastructure across strategic sectors of the economy to catalyze transformation of our nation into a middle-income country. Central to our bottom-up economic transformation agenda is energy efficiency and increasing electricity access, not only through the national grid, but also home-based sources like biogas and solar. Our partnership with the International Energy Agency as an association member country is pivotal in our commitment to advancing energy efficiency and renewable energy deployment. The support and technical assistance provided by the International Energy Agency will strengthen our capacity in data collection, policy planning, and drive forward our renewable energy agenda.
He further said that the 15 billion tree planting initiative will continue as it's the most effective strategy to address climate change.
Alongside raising awareness on the negative impact of climate change, we are actively planting seedlings across the country, targeting 15 billion trees by the year 2032. On the other hand, Kenya is assembling electric vehicles. It is another way of progressively reducing and eliminating fossil fuel-powered mobility, which contributes to the carbon emission burden.
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Okay, so where are we this morning? The sun is up and it's doing the thing this morning. There's some traffic on Jogo Road getting past Makadara, the train station, heading into the city. Also on the Thika Superhighway, Kiambu Road is also packing up real quick as you get towards Muthaiga Square. But then you're gonna be held up as you get further ahead towards the DCI headquarters. That's pretty busy. Limuru Road has done the thing very early, also built up with traffic. Northern Bypass looks pretty good, so folks are using the long way to come through towards Westlands, so that's okay, I guess, for now. Kangunda Road, busy as usual. And also, if we look at the Eastern Bypass, there's traffic coming in slowly, not too painful at this point. Ngong Road is moving very well, not an issue here. If we look at then traffic coming in further ahead on Ngong Road, it seems to be packing up, but probably then get a little bit more sticky as we get closer to traffic hour. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 after 7, how are you doing? Welcome to the second hour of the Situation Room. Happy Thursday. It's Justice Thursday. We'll be having our Justice Thursday conversation a bit later on. We'll be joined by a judge of the Environment and Land Court and an expert on matters of planning. They will be here with us at 9 a.m. For now, we'll be having a different conversation. But before that, even Shika Showmax.
Let me tell you.
Na mkono yote mbili.
Yes. With my full chest. Look, I watched a thing over the weekend, a show on Showmax. It was actually quite interesting, and it had me doing the whole binge thing the whole day.
All right.
But it was great.
That's what happened.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
That's the thing. Once it hooks you in like this. Yes. Get out. Do I need my throat to watch TV? Once it hooks you in, and you can stay in that couch the whole day, it's great.
What was it?
Huh?
What show was it?
It was actually Survivor.
Oh, Survivor, which one?
The season 44. Right. So it was interesting because the first time ever was I actually started to look at the intrigues and the real game that goes on.
My
in that
friend,
show.
that thing.
Boss.
I cannot play Survivor.
Boss.
It is too mental.
It's crazy. Individuals, I can look at you like this. Scheming. I look at you like this and I tell you, Eric, it's dark outside. It's dark outside. You can see the sun, but I've told you it's dark outside.
Yeah.
And then
And you better believe
I
me.
go to CT and I tell you, imagine, Eric has told me it's dark outside. Meanwhile, I'm the one who's told you.
Yep.
Scheming, my friend.
Survivor is just
crazy. So it was good to run into that on Showmax, and really good to see that all the episodes, stacked up for you to watch in HD. It was great.
Lovely.
And you can get this and many other programs on Showmax. Your series, your movies, fantastic stuff in HD. You can watch it on any of your devices, depending on what bundle you pay for. For as little as 300 shillings a month, you can actually download and watch later. But you know, if you're going to be a couch potato like I was, you can actually get that and have that done. Right? www.showmax.com or download the Showmax app. Get it all, get it in, do it now.
City, star 222 hash.
Yes.
Star 222 hash.
Yes. It's something you need to get acquainted with because it deals with invoicing. Okay? This is eTIMS by KRA. Okay? Star 222 hash. That is what you go to on your phone. And when you do so, you will have an array of choices. And among them, there will be the choice written, what?
KRA.
You're here. And this is on your eCitizen platform.
It's number 4 choice.
Kabisa. All you need to do is enter. And
Bonyeza.
Kabisa. I like that term, Bonyeza. Okay. Tap on it or enter. And you will then be given the choice of filling in details. The details are for an invoice. Key to this particular platform is the PIN number of the institution or individual you wish to send the invoice to. Okay?
Now, they've added something else on eCitizen. So now tax is number 5.
Well, it was 4 before.
Yeah, they've introduced a new number 2, GOK flood relief.
I see. That is a good thing. So eCitizen is alive to the realities that we have. Okay?
Yes.
Now at number 5, you will find KRA.
Yes.
Now once it's something called compliance. Yes. When you do this, you will have complied.
Bus.
With eTIMS.
It's like that. It's like that.
It is exactly like that.
Okay. Bus. So now, once you do that, then you're free to live your life.
Yes, and continue.
Without wondering.
And let KRA also live their life.
And let KRA live their life. What was Sumbuane? Hatutaki kusumbuana hii town. Please.
Kila mtu.
Maisha yake.
Kabisa.
Our next conversation is going to be about the public transport sector. And our guest.
It's not even funny. It's not funny.
Tusisumbuane, please.
It's not even funny.
It's not.
No.
Okay.
Patricia Wadeo is the CEO of the Matatu Owners Association. Welcome back to the Situation Room, Patricia.
Thank you very much.
Good to have you here.
Always.
Karibu sana.
Pleasure.
Sasa, Matatus are often misunderstood. Or no, maybe they are not. Maybe what we see is actually what's there. You know, just chaos. Unaingia kwa matatu. Wanapiga makelele town. Makelele. You enter the matatu
really kelele, or are they ensuring that you understand what it is they're saying? It's for your sake, really.
Yeah, you need to know where you're going.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Kabete.
Yes. There are many matatus. Now, how do you know that this matatu goes to where you're going? And else they tell you.
Kenyatta Gumo.
Yes, exactly.
Kenyatta Gumo.
Yes.
What is? And all of them are screaming.
In fact, if it's your first time in Nairobi, you'll think they're saying Kenyatta Ngumu.
But then there are many matatus in Kenya, all right? And they transport very many people on a daily basis. And obviously, that's a lot of money in the matatu sector. That's why we have you here this morning to understand this. But before we welcome you, we are going to welcome you with some chai. You see this? This is Assis. Assis is the premium tea, Kenyan tea, grown in Olengruoni, some 2,300 acres of tea plantation. Ukisimama hivi, uangalie chai.
Kenga left.
Nyuma yako, chai.
Nyuma yako.
Right, chai. Left, chai. And then they pick that. They have their own factory. They pick the best. They blend it. They make different now flavors of tea. This is Assis Golden Tea. Okay? All of them premium. There's Assis hibiscus flower, right? Flavored. And there are very many other teas. Very, very good tea. It's premium quality tea for local consumption, for export. City. Patia mgeni chai tafadhali.
Tafadhali pokea chai.
Oh, asante.
Karibu sana.
Napenda chai.
Unapenda bas. Leo utafurahi.
Wow, thank you. Wow.
Tuesday was International Tea Day.
Oh, was
so
it?
This is part of celebrating the International Tea Day.
Wow, thank you then.
Watu wakunywe chai. You know Kenya is tea.
Midnight, tea.
Chai.
Midday, tea.
Situkunywe chai. Let's have tea.
What are you up to? Nothing.
Let's have tea. Yeah, you know, so now that you've gotten some tea, City will also then give you the day's proverb.
Yes. The proverb relates to a baboon. And of interest is there are 5 species of baboon.
Allah.
In Liberia? Oh, sorry.
No.
Generally.
Baboons are actually scattered on the continent of Africa and in around Arabia. There is the olive baboon, the yellow baboon, the chakma baboon, the Guinea baboon, and the sacred baboon. Olive is the most distributed.
Sacred baboon.
Yes, it's a name that has been given to that particular
okay.
baboon.
Right.
So when you say baboon, okay, don't just say baboon.
Say which one?
Baboon. Okay. When a baboon offers you a banana, imagine how many he has in his stomach.
When a baboon offers you a banana, imagine how many he has in his stomach. Patricia, what do you think the Liberians are saying? The proverbs are from Liberia. He didn't say. You forgot.
The Republic of Liberia. Yes. Not that.
When a baboon offers you a banana, imagine how many he has in his stomach.
This is just an imagination. He must be having enough.
Indeed.
Ameshiba.
Ameshiba.
Yeah, ametosheka.
Yeah.
So tafsiri hiyo sasa.
Najaribu kutafsiri.
The deeper meaning.
Yes. Yeah.
By the way, this is one of those situations where you can't be wrong because we want your opinion. How do you relate to this proverb?
But I don't want to quantify. So he must be having enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
He must have had
enough.
Too many.
One too many.
Ameshiba.
Nataka ndizi chukua.
Yeah.
Na wewe pia chukua. Okay.
Okay. The Matatu industry.
Might be insane.
Wow.
Yeah. Not acting normal.
Yes. They're not acting normal.
Yeah.
Because baboons are known to grab things.
Yes. This time it's giving you.
Yes.
Kichwa yake ni mzuri kweli.
An interesting interpretation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You told us the last time you were here that the Matatu Owners Association brings together very many members, and these are those that have invested in this sector. Remind us again, how many members are you in the MOA?
We are 480 registered SACCO. And for a SACCO to be registered under NTSA, must have a minimum of 30 units, up to maybe 1,000 plus. Yeah, so you can do your calculation. The numbers are immense.
The members are not individuals, they are SACCOs?
Yeah, they are SACCOs. And limited companies.
I see.
Yeah.
Why?
It's a regulation.
Okay.
Can't answer that. Maybe NTSA should answer that.
So who joined the SACCO? If I invest
Any
in a Matatu,
willing investor should join a SACCO. Yeah.
And you join
it has
the
been
SACCO.
made easy for you to become an investor. Yeah, so you don't need to worry about the daily runnings and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I think let's start from that point. Eric is interested in getting into the Matatu industry, right?
Yes.
So what does Eric need to do? What does Eric need to know?
Find your favorable SACCO. Depends with the route you want to apply. And yeah, that's it. Talk to the SACCO management and you're good to go. Buy the unit and you're good to go.
But the SACCO must accept my membership.
Yes, definitely. There is membership fee.
So someone invests in a vehicle.
Yeah.
Then they approach a SACCO and say, I'd like my Matatu to ply this route.
Exactly.
So I'd like to join this SACCO.
Yeah.
Now, once they've accepted your membership into the SACCO,
yeah,
then what?
that's it.
That's it. What they
You
run
start
the
the
Matatu?
operation. Yeah. Now it depends. If you want to run the Matatu, you can run the Matatu yourself. But most of the time, it's the SACCO that runs the Matatu. There is management fee that is paid depending. With the SACCO, you apply from 500 up to 2,500 a day. Yeah, management fee. So now it depends.
Oh, okay. So that's interesting. So essentially, you would be giving the vehicle to the SACCO and saying, look, I want to get something from this vehicle every month, but I can't be involved in the operations.
Yes.
So the SACCO would be responsible for what now? Having a driver, conductor, maintaining the vehicle, and then at the end of the day, rather at the end of the month, handing you a paycheck?
No,
Is that how it works?
It's a daily basis.
It's a daily, every day they pay you something?
Every day, yes.
Okay.
By 1, you already know how much.
1 p.m.
You have 1 p.m., yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Your offload is ready.
Okay.
Yes.
Alright.
So
Okay.
the drivers, the conductors are registered under various SACCOs.
Okay.
Yeah. Becomes very easy to monitor them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what about that option where you mentioned if you want to be the one running your own vehicle, but you're still a member of the SACCO, would you, what would be the difference between the two? So CT would be there driving his Matatu, whatever, because he wants to be able to earn on his own. And he can do that outside of the arrangement of the SACCO?
No, can't.
He can't.
If CT wants to do that, he has to register under SACCO and NTSA must clear him.
Okay.
Yeah, to become a member of that particular SACCO.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
When you say NTS clears someone, what is it that NTSA looks for?
You have to pay some fee in order to be accredited and get the PSV registered. Yes.
This is so. If CT wants to have the daily management of his fleet,
yes,
then he has to be his own SACCO.
Definitely, must register his own SACCO.
His own SACCO.
Yes, and then different members will pay management fee to the SACCO.
To the SACCO.
Yeah.
So as long as you are basically joining another SACCO, that SACCO is the one that you're handing over your fleet to.
Yes.
And they're in charge of the HR.
They're in charge of HR. They're in charge of police. They're in charge of
Yes, that's part of HR.
any unruly behavior as purported by Eric.
Licensing.
Yes.
That's taking the vehicle for inspections and getting the PSV license.
Yes.
It's a SACCO's mandate.
Yes.
Getting insurance and deciding which insurance to go for.
No. That's personal. Now you can decide as an investor which insurance you want your vehicle.
The maintenance service.
Maintenance is owners, not SACCO.
So the owner then also decides the maintenance schedule of the vehicle.
Yes. But you also have other SACCOs that actually, offer that kind of service, even fueling.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say by 1 p.m., you already know how much you're making. Why 1 p.m.? Why not 5? I mean, we still have some peak traffic time coming up in the afternoon.
Now, it depends.
Okay.
From SACCO to SACCO, we have other SACCOs that are well managed. Maybe you can get your check after 30 days, but most of them, I know by 1, you already have your offload, and this is basically to discourage corruption.
How so?
Yeah, if they have cash in their pocket, it becomes accessible and it's easy to be diverted to other things. So you have to be very prompt.
Okay. Yeah. So SACCO must pay its owners and investors.
Yes.
So that you minimize the amount of cash that
exactly.
you get. Because this
because
business.
It's a cash-intensive industry. Like I mentioned earlier, we transact over 5 billion on a daily basis.
Sorry.
Yeah.
5 billion.
Yes.
On a daily basis.
Yes. And 30% goes to corruption.
Let's start again.
No. This one we have to start again.
Yeah.
By 1 p.m. today, 5B. From yesterday to today, 1 p.m., 5B.
5B, yes.
Will have been transacted.
Generated.
Generated from that industry.
That's a lot.
And we consume.
And all of it is cash, or at least most
cash.
of it is cash.
Most of it is cash. I think only 1% is in cash. And we consume 60% of imported fuel. Yes. So it's an industry you cannot disregard. It's a very beautiful ecosystem.
And how many people does this industry employ?
Over 1 million.
Directly.
Youth, directly.
Okay. Can you categorize for us those who are employed? Driver, we understand.
Yeah.
Makanga, we understand.
Yeah.
Okay, then?
There's drivers. So one unit has 2 drivers, 2 makangas. And then they have relievers within the estates. They're called mbana.
Called who?
Mbana.
Mbana.
Yeah, you see those boys in the estate, seated somewhere, dressed in the So once the Matatu comes from town and it's getting within the estate,
the driver takes a break.
Yes.
So Mbana takes over.
Yes.
And this Mbana is employed.
Yeah, it's employed.
Recognized by the SACCO.
Yes.
He's not a guy who's just sitting there.
No.
No.
Must be registered under NTSA too.
There's a term I keep hearing. Squad.
Sasa ndio your squad.
Okay, ndio squad.
Yeah, you're your squad.
Deliver squad.
Yes.
Okay.
Deliver squad.
I see.
Yeah.
So we have then the driver, the conductor, the Mbanas.
Yes.
Who else?
We have the Mkazano, the noise makers that you say Mkazano. Mkazano is more Kamagera, the ones who are telling you, just ingia hapa, we come,
What's the origin of these words? Mkazano,
Mkazano. It's like they have to convince you to get to a particular anakazania gari fulani. Haya, kuna mtu wa set. Yeah.
Set ni nini?
Person who just get inside the Matatu to just,
Are they those people who...
I know those ones.
Yeah,
enter into the Matatu and suddenly it's full and then suddenly it's empty.
To dupe you like it's almost full so that you can get
That guy is employed by the SACCO.
He's a casual worker.
No, he's a casual worker. It's an ecosystem. He's not employed.
Okay.
Let me tell you. Kazi ni kazi.
Is the Mkazano employed?
No, he's
self-employed.
Self-employed, but also recognized by a particular SACCO.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Mkazano of this SACCO cannot be also
No. Can't. Can't.
And then the next one.
No, can't.
Are the set people set?
Set people are set. And it's 20 bob per set.
So you can go to a stage and you would know that this guy is a set guy, this guy.
Yeah, right? That's 20 bob.
So for him to sit in the thing until somebody else comes, you pay him 20 shillings.
Yes.
So he could actually earn a good amount.
And Kazano is 50 bob.
What?
Yeah, per Matatu.
Kujaza ma3?
Yes, 50 per.
Wow. Per passenger?
No.
Per
Matatu, yes.
Okay. Who else works in this industry?
Who else? Of course. Traffic police and
they work
county
in the industry.
Government. Indirectly, you can't disregard.
Patricia, you must explain.
No, how do I honestly, I don't.
Let's start with Kanjo.
Yes.
Okay. So where do Kanjos come in? How do Kanjos interact with the Matatu sector?
Because they're a key component of the sector.
Greeting section.
Greeting.
Yeah. Section. They also live off Matatus.
Explain when you say greeting.
Yeah. They have their share.
They have their share?
Yes.
So that's what you call greeting?
Yes.
Where did the term greeting come from and how does it fit into the situation?
Wow. Are you Kenyan?
Mimi ni Mkenya.
Na sasa ujaona vile watu wanasalimianaga huko kwa barabara sijui nini. Tunasalimiana.
That's the greeting?
Yes.
Salamu.
Yes.
So that what can happen?
So something is passed on to you.
I get it. I understand.
Yes.
But so as you greet me, what happens then? Because there's a process, obviously.
Let's say if I don't greet you, what happens?
Definitely, my vehicle is impounded.
For what?
For anything. You see,
but
no, makosas. No. Makosas are inevitable. Like I said, our city engineering is not inclusive. Doesn't allow us to have a good ecosystem to do public transport. So you're bound to kufanya makosa because we still have the same infrastructure, but the population has increased. So whether we like it or not, makosa itakuwa hapo. We don't have enough stages, In
fact, you hardly have stages like on this road.
Exactly. So makosa tu lazima itatokea. Not actually makosa. I think someone should take the county
Because what we are
government
saying-
to court.
It's actually not makosa.
It's
because
not.
It's designed for you kukosa.
Yeah.
But let me ask
And someone else takes advantage.
So, Patricia, essentially what we're saying now is that the greeting that happens, because does this now contribute to the 30% that you're talking about that ends up in corruption? Because we can call it greeting, but it's corruption. That's
Yeah,
what
it is corruption.
So essentially what is being greeted is so that in case of anything, you will overlook my vehicle.
Yeah.
And that you will not impound me, you will not arrest me, you
Exactly.
will not hold me for an
Yes.
issue.
Yes.
So it's looking over, so it is corruption. So it's part of that 30%.
But not really. Okay, fine. There is that overlooking. But like I said, the city is not designed to. Okay. You cannot enforce a law with poor infrastructure.
That's true.
It doesn't make sense.
But what so if we
get
know
me?
this, Patricia,
Yeah.
because you said I think you're about to go to a point where you said the city county should actually be taken to court, because if we're talking about Nairobi, because Matatus fly around the country, and I'm assuming this 5 billion that you talk about is countrywide, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if we're saying in the city of Nairobi alone that the city is not designed for public transport of this magnitude.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we are saying you
And
must
we're paying
enforce
taxes,
certain laws in order for public transport to operate within the city. Then it is then the responsibility of the city to make sure that routes within the city are pliable.
Yes.
Now, with an industry that is so powerful, it is 1 million strong employees, 5 billion strong in commanding of funds every day.
Yeah.
Have there been conversations about, come on guys, can we be doing this greeting of 30% or however much, whereby we're always going to be at fault because we know that certain infrastructure or certain things have not been put in place? Can't enforce a law upon guidelines which are not there. Has that conversation happened?
Yeah, it is. But like I said, we're still struggling with the goodwill, stakeholder goodwill. We can't enforce, we're just owners, investors. And it's an industry that has been disregarded. And I think it deserves a national approach.
So a bigger conversation is to happen here on if we're talking about transporting these millions of people on a daily basis.
10 million.
10 million every day.
Yeah, within a metropolis.
Just within the metropolis, not even countrywide, right?
Yeah.
If you're just talking about the Nairobi metropolis and others, just transporting 10 million people daily, and the amount of money that's generated from here, and even the amount of money that comes into various revenue schemes by the government, we need to have a conversation on then how to facilitate this, to get it better, to get it more formal, to get it more supported.
Yeah.
Let's have that conversation after this break, right? Let's take this break. It's 29 minutes to 8. Our guest this morning is Patricia Mudeo. She is the CEO of the Matatu Owners Association, representing about 480 SACCOs. A SACCO is one that has many vehicles, many owners. So they are talking about very many owners. How many people are getting employed in this industry?
1 million.
1 million people employed in this industry. 5 billion shillings. Over 1 million people.
Yeah.
Of around 5 billion shillings transacted in the Matatu sector on cash basis, on a daily basis. In every 24 hours, there's 5B cash circulating. This is a lot of money. Let's talk about this shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi at 15. We'll see highs of 24 and highs of 25 in a mostly sunny Nakuru at 16. It's 17 and sunny in Nyeri, going to highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 23 in Eldoret, where it's currently sunny at 14. Mombasa is sunny at 24, going to highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 29 in a partly sunny Malindi at 25. Kisumu is sunny at 20 with highs of 29. And we're looking into a sunny Kakamega at 18, going to highs of 28. It's 22 and cloudy in Kampala with highs of 27, while Dar es Salaam at 25 will go to highs of 30. Johannesburg is mostly clear at 9 degrees with highs of 22, while looking into a sunny Mogadishu at 27, we'll see highs of 32. And it's 16 and sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 24. Lagos is clear at 26 with highs of 32, and we'll see highs of 33 in a partly cloudy Kinshasa at 24.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, what's happening on the streets this morning? We're looking at heavy traffic on Gong Road as we try to get towards the city. Let's cross over towards Naivasha Road. A little bit of traffic coming in from the Great Corner. Okay, also coming in then through towards the CBD at the City Mortuary roundabout. There's traffic then coming out through towards Community, so it's just moving along slowly, but that's to be expected. We're getting into traffic hour. Coming out of Western's Waiyaki, we're starting to buzz up as well, and it's very busy on the Thika Superhighway coming in from the Outer Ring Junction. And now we see that traffic on Kiambu Road has reached the DCI headquarters gate. Kangunda Road traffic started early past Mamalusi out towards Outer Ring. Manyanja Road is also starting to lock up as you get towards Jogo Road, and the Eastern Bypass is giving properly through the Embakasi Loop out towards Outer Ring. And as you come off of Cabana, some traffic then on North Airport Road. It's happening. Keeping an eye on things this morning. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
25 minutes to 8. The Matatu sector in this country is a big employer. Over 1 million people employed in this sector, and they're paid on a daily basis. It's a cash issue. It's not you wait until the end of the month. Every day, somebody's paid. Driver, conductor. There are those people who do the squad that's driving the vehicle around the estate as the driver is relief. He's taking some relief. And then there are those people who scream at you, hey, ingia hapa. I call them Mkazano or Kamagera. And then there are those people who enter the vehicle, and then once the vehicle looks like it's getting full, they exit the vehicle. It's part of the industry. It's part of the ecosystem. We have the enforcers of the law. Kanjo, traffic, sometimes
I forgot to
someone
mention
else.
there is also graffiti.
Yes.
Lighting. And interior.
The people who just do the...
Yeah.
And these are artists.
Artists, yes.
And they are creative, man.
Minimum graffiti will cost you 300,000. That is minimum.
For what size of a matatu?
33-seater.
What?
300,000.
What?
Up to $1 million, yes.
And this is just graffiti on the outside?
Yeah, just graffiti, yes.
And then to do the interiors, the way we see, speakers, the lights.
Now, music system minimum should be around 250.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lights?
Oh, lights should be, again, 300, depending, minimum.
And then there are those that decide also to do something else with the upholstery on the seats and stuff.
Yes.
That's also some extra.
Yeah.
So it's employing these other people in the industry.
Yes.
Creatives who are also, that's over 1 million people.
Yeah.
And the 5 billion shillings that's generated as revenue on a daily basis, it's going to pay all these people. And it's also going to pay the facilitators of the system. This is Kanjo police, sometimes NTSA on the road, sometimes they're not, everybody else. And you're saying about up to 30% of these daily revenues is likely to be going to these enforcement officers.
Yeah.
That's 1.5 billion shillings daily.
Daily, yeah.
Going to Kanjo and traffic police.
No, and other
and
entities,
others.
yes.
Wow. And after this, do you still pay taxes?
Oh, that's a bit complicated. When we're buying the units, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we pay taxes.
But now, like e-teams, income tax,
no, right now they're enforcing e-teams. It's just a new thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about income tax? Because you are business owners.
No, I don't think we don't.
So at the end of the year,
tax?
you're not able
Corporate
to even
tax,
compute how much you earned.
Yeah, you can't compute. The sector is not really regulated. You can't ascertain. So I think it will be also unfair to impose rules which are favorable to other entities without considering our needs.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have very many.
But what am I saying here? It's a sector that needs a national dialogue. If well structured, we can resolve a lot of issues. Matters unemployment, we can strengthen it. I mean, make sure it's cashless, dictate the quality and type of graffiti that goes onto the Matatu, to promote national patriotism. I mean, there's a lot you can do with this industry. There is advertisement inside the Matatus, because each and every Matatu nowadays, 70% must have a TV. I mean, it's a very, very versatile industry.
There have been very many attempts at having a national conversation about the Matatu sector.
Yeah.
And often you'll hear, if you go to government, they'll tell you, those guys do not want anything that talks about regulation, because formalizing means that you're starting to expose what exactly they've been doing, and they do not want that. You want to thrive in this chaos, knowing full well that there's 5 billion shillings that you're generating on a daily basis, that you're dealing with on a daily basis. If you start formalizing it, it means that the government now has visibility into how much you are making. Is it true that
No.
the players in the Matatu sector
No.
are not interested in a conversation?
It's not true.
So what's your position? Who is not interested in a conversation then?
I wouldn't say not interested. There's a bit of laxity. Yeah.
From?
Different stakeholders. So at the end of the day, it's the owners who carry the biggest baggage. Yeah.
Are you saying that as owners you're comfortable with the situation as it is?
No, we are not comfortable, but you don't expect Patricia to be on the road to enforce the rule of law.
No, we don't, but we expect Patricia to make a little noise.
Of course, and that's why I'm here.
You haven't made noise yet. You're still having a civilized conversation.
I'm very passive, and I believe in dialogue. Yeah, I'm not combative. I believe we can come up with comprehensive solutions to make the industry work.
Without tearing one's hair out.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Think ahead.
The structure of the association itself, obviously, there's your position, which is the CEO.
Yeah.
What happens within the association that would essentially say, well, these are thoughts, these are plans, these are things that we can do to kind of bring about some of the changes that you're speaking about? So how does that association run in terms of operations then for some of these issues?
No, we are an advocacy association. So if we're not happy with some of deliberation, of course, executive deliberation, we have options to go to court or also mobilize our members and, put the government of the day into place. Yeah, and make sure our grievances are heard.
You talk about certain things that can be done, talk about patriotism. This is interesting because when I first came to Kenya, one of the first things that I heard was about these, the vibrant matatus and the color and all of these things happening. And I thought to myself, this is very interesting because it is actually one of the things that you notice.
Yeah.
So when we talk about things as important, because I think that's a really important thing, when you talk about things as important as that, who would then steer the conversation? When you say, okay, well, let's sit down and have a national conversation about this, and when you talk about brand Kenya, who would be having that conversation, and how would you present such a, not even an argument, present such a plan and say, well, let's be part of this national discourse?
I think this should be the mandate. People employed, appointed by the president. They should be able to sit in a place and say, be able to spot the wins, the losses, okay? For instance, when you say brand Kenya, I'm sure there is a CS who's in charge of heritage brand Kenya and all that. You get me? We are just an outfit that is ready to collaborate, whoever brings value into the sector. Yeah, and we're very easy, and that's why we came up with a very beautiful structure that you can just have a one approach in regards to the sector. I'm able to mobilize over 42 counties to speak in one language with proper structures. So in every in every county, we have a good structure of Matatu owners association representative, from the chair to treasurer to the way organization structure is like. So we have that. So it makes any ideas, any deliberation easy to implement. So what am I saying? We're willing to collaborate with anyone who will add value into the sector.
That's the rider.
Yeah.
Add value to the sector.
Add value to the sector.
So they're very
because you can't do it alone.
Yeah.
There are various government agencies. Of course, your entry point would be like the Ministry of Transport, Roads and Transport.
Yeah.
Where NTSA is nestled.
Yeah.
So you've got NTSA that would come in, and you're dealing with the NTSA on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Because you're licensing your vehicles, you're renewing your PSVs and all this, and they're licensing the SACCOs and managing the SACCOs.
Yeah.
So you've got the Ministry of Roads and Transport that's in charge of roads and transport. Then you've got now the others that come in to support.
We've got the
National
county
Treasury, the
assembly.
counties would then also come in because you're dealing on county level at the all the time. Has the Matatu Owners Association formally reached out to these entities to say, would like to have a conversation, and say this time we want to have a conversation about, let's say, infrastructure that looks at planning and infrastructure for the urban areas, and how we as the Matatu sector have these ideas and proposals? Have you done that?
Yes.
Have you had a meeting?
Yes.
Okay. And how has it gone?
Very good. Very good. Looks very good. On papers, implementation is the problem.
What was agreed in those meetings?
A lot was agreed. I think you should invite Namata DG. When you listen to the plans, when you look at the plans, they're amazing. Yeah. But implementation, 10 years down the line, we still don't have the routing along the corridors, and we don't know how long it will take, and the population keeps on increasing.
Yeah. Namata is the Nairobi Metropolitan Area Transport Authority.
Yeah. And a lot of investors are pulling out.
Why?
So we're gonna, because the condition, the business condition in the country is not favorable. Poor infrastructure, corruption has escalated, so there is no really value.
Is there any proposal by the Matatu sector that has been adopted by government? Because what we see often is the government's coming to enforce, and then there's a lot of pushback from the Matatu sector, but eventually it comes in. You start with the Michuki rules, then you come into Kimunya and saying every Matatu must join a SACCO. There was a lot of pushback around that. Now we're seeing it's made it much easier.
Making sense.
What ideas has the Matatu sector come up with to the government and have not been implemented, or that have been implemented?
Cashless.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still struggling to implement, and I believe NTSA has the key to this. It's a regulation that needs to be enforced.
But
and will resolve a lot of things. Yes.
Could you paint a picture of an ideal situation that would make the Matatu industry infinitely more viable than it is now, or make it the Matatu industries that the owners would like to see? What would we see if it was ideal?
What could you see? One, well-designed infrastructure and purely cashless. It will resolve 100% of our problems.
When you say cashless, what exactly do you mean?
Cashless, just we go cashless, no cash.
So it's like getting like metro
tap and
cards,
go.
tap and go.
Yeah, tap and go. Yeah. You'll be able to monitor the number of people moving from point A to B. There's so much that you can.
So why can't a SACCO introduce that for its vehicles?
It's enforcement. I will tell you. Kenyans are very funny.
Mm-hmm.
They work best when they're under pressure or threatened, I think, majority.
Mm-hmm.
And it's inevitable.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, as an owner, I can't enforce. It needs to be a regulation.
Are you telling me, Patricia, that if, for example, the SACCOs that operate one route, say South B to town, maybe there are several SACCOs that are on that route. If all the SACCOs on that route decided and agreed that all our Matatus we are going cashless, and we are telling people you can go to this SACCO office, you can get your card, and then you'll be tapping and going, and you can preload it, blah, blah, blah. Are you saying that Kenyans will say, no, si nataka kulipa cash?
No, they will not say. I'm actually not talking about typical Kenyans. I'm talking about our crew now, the drivers and the conductors.
And who are employees of the SACCO?
Yes.
And you're saying that the SACCO cannot control its employees?
No, they do. Some SACCOs do control their employees. But then there's a need to have a regulation that should be mandatory. That if you don't have cashless, then you become an illegal entity.
So essentially what you're doing is that you're forcing the system into some certain kind of compliance that is going to streamline or regulate things.
Yeah, we have some SACCOs who are already cashless. We do.
Some?
Yes, some. Yeah, even right now, majority of passengers, only 70 or 50% pay cash.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, nowadays it's M-Pesa and Pochi la Biashara.
Okay.
Yes.
So even and this is interesting because a question that come here and these Kamagira, these guys set whom how
now
yes
now those guys will be starved. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that is one of our biggest problem because they are our ecosystem.
But I'm sure you can come up with a way of paying them at the end of the day.
Absolutely. That one we have.
What I am not getting, Patricia, is why you need the government to come and enforce things that a SACCO that has employed the driver, has employed the conductor, a SACCO that is running on a daily basis, the SACCO that's collecting the money, cannot enforce the cashless mode. If there are SACCOs that are already doing it, why can't all SACCOs under MOA just say countrywide from August this year, we're all going cashless? What we're going to do is all SACCOs are coming up with their own ways of paying, whether you want to do Pochi la Biashara, whether you want to do a Metro card or whatever you want to do, but this is it. We encourage you to have this and the other. And then you're all in agreement. I mean, you're all members of the same organization and you all want the same thing. Why can't you enforce it?
What I said is, as much as we're enforcing it, we need a policy that regulates. Okay? A policy that says all public transport vehicles should be cashless. Must be cashless.
Do I hear
because over and above, because like I said, there are other SACCOs that enforce, but not all of them. But when it becomes, I'm not saying the government needs to, the government doesn't help anyone. Most of the time they just come up with favorable policies that are favorable for business people to transact their business, but there is no that policy. It's not out there. You say?
Do I hear you to be saying that some of your members will not comply? So if there is a regulation by government that mandates that everybody must comply, then it becomes easier to enforce.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay. There's been a move to try and reduce the number of 14-seater Matatus in the country, particularly like in Nairobi. You're like, well, you have so many vehicles, and when they go to a stage, there are so many. Why not have bigger, longer buses? Every time there's a conversation about bigger, longer buses, you start talking about, if you go to a bigger bus, if it's a 14-seater and there are 3 of them, those are 6 drivers, 6 conductors, this and the other. And if you go into one, that's all, it kills employment. Is the Matatu industry interested in going, for example, in the Nairobi metropolis, in the route of bigger buses?
That is the future, and it's inevitable. With the growing population, that is the only solution we have. But at the moment, I don't think we have options.
But the options are there. I've listened to this argument, and I wonder. See, not everybody wants to carry 33 people, okay? And not every business person needs to carry 33 people. There are situations where you need 10, 20, 15 people. I'm simply saying, let's say, for instance, we have a function and we need to carry 12 people. And the only option we have is 33. So you're saying we need to move another 20 people to fill this thing, and yet we do not need the other 20.
What are you talking about? Are you talking about hiring a car, or are you talking about going to a stage?
I am actually talking
12
about
of you to go to town.
People. I'm talking about transporting people, because these very, very vehicles that are part of the Matatu industry are also vehicles that people hire for whatever uses.
But there are those Rosas and others that you can go and hire a Rosa for your own thing. For Matatu, if you're applying, for example, from KNH to town, why must you have 10 Matatus if you can have 5?
There is no reason why you couldn't. But then the options that I may prefer are now
you as a passenger
are deleted, because I am simply saying the moment you simply make them 33-seater and above, you've removed the option that I may want to have just 12 or 14.
As a passenger or as an owner?
Sorry?
As a passenger or as an investor?
Both, because the thing is this, are you saying that there is no business for people who just want to ferry 10 people and that all businesses must ferry 33 people and above? It's like saying that all these, you know, these humongous buses that go from Kisumu to Mombasa and then to Busia and then to Kisii. So you're saying it's like, take an extreme case where you said all public transport in this country must be the size of those buses.
Yes.
How will that work? You have to give people that option.
Which one?
Of if you want 14, have 14. If you want 33, have 33.
It's up to you.
If you want 60, have 60.
So even a Sienta should be allowed, because I mean a Sienta from Emali to Loitokto will carry 10 people and with a capacity of 7.
Me, I have no problem. I have seen a Pro Box carry 10 people. So
Wow. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
And you're calling that a factor of choice?
You see, the Sienta and the Pro Box, that's an extremity and an illegality. A vehicle that's supposed to carry 5 people carrying 10 people, you even marvel. But the marvel is when you see people just coming out and wondering where these people coming out from, and one after another one. You say, wait a minute, how are they sitting? What I'm trying to say is, if you're regulating public transport, there needs to be some clarity and the choice needs to be there.
Okay.
The reason why Sientas and Pro Boxes become Matatus is simply because this industry is not as regulated as it should be and doesn't meet the needs that are there. So you come up with whatever vehicle you have and suddenly it's a Matatu.
Can I go back to the cashless issue, Patricia? Because when we talk about cashless, there's so many things that need to come into play, kind of like what you were alluding to before in terms of making sure that, you know, infrastructure and all of these things are streamlined. If we look at other jurisdictions where the cashless system works, let's look at some European cities as an example, whereby if you're in Berlin or if you're in Germany, for example, and you pay €7 on the train for the month, the routes are the same because it has calculated that this is kind of like where you go. You go from point A to point B every day, going in the morning and coming back in the afternoon. If you're going to do a detour during the day, whatever, it's still going to keep you going around, but it has you in the same infrastructure. I look at a cashless system with like Matatus here, for example. It would have to be predetermined routes as well. It would have to be predetermined that from the city centre railways, for example, and if you're coming to capital centre, it's going to be 50 shillings.
Yeah.
But you know, sometimes here you can negotiate with the guy and you're gonna 20 bob. So it's not predetermined. You can negotiate, or the guy can decide, okay, well, it's raining, so it's going to be 100 shillings. So what happens with things like that, whereby this industry is regulated by weather, it's regulated by a driver or conductor's bad mood, it's regulated by what you have in your pocket or not have. How will you now take all of those factors and either push them down, ignore them completely, and then just institute this one thing, because it's determined by so many things? 20 bob route turns to 200 shillings when there's a downpour. How would we do that?
I love it. You've just explained that it is not irregular. And this is a mass mover of economy. Everyone who's going to work uses this channel. So if it's that important, why should we not regulate it over and above?
So this is what I'm saying. How do you regulate it for something that's changed? If the sun is shining today, it's 50 shillings from here to the city, right?
Yeah.
If it's raining, you guys can decide it's 150. And if you're not going to pay, walk. How would you then, in a cashless system, or do you have the one that says rain is 150?
No. See, that happens because the crew want to take advantage.
There you go.
Yeah, of the customers. I mean, supply, demand, and stuff. Most of those monies don't even get into the owner's pocket.
Okay.
You look at one of best run circle like Super Metro. We don't have those irregularities, and that's what I'm saying. If we have a policy that regulates, okay, and maybe we're given the mandate, public participation, to determine how much it will cost from point A to B depending on the timings, it becomes very easy. Yeah, because you cannot continue running Matatu industry the way we're running it.
Are you saying if it was regulated, you would earn more than the 1.8 trillion in a year?
Yes. You will earn more.
Can you self-regulate? Launch this thing. I mean, You already have SACCOs that are doing some of these things.
We're really trying to self-regulate, but over and above, again, we need a policy. Yeah?
Why don't you come up with a policy?
We come up with a policy.
Yeah, if you're waiting for the government and they don't come up with
a policy, take it to government, say this is it. Is there one?
I think, yes. I think we drafted a policy, and that's why 10 years ago, the cashless was adopted, but the enforcement also became a problem.
There's
1963.
1.5B, my friend.
Yeah. And then on the issue
circulating hapa chini kwa watu, kwa wazee. Pesa ya wazee.
Hiyo ni muhimu. Bro, ukipigia hesabu.
Goja. No.
Ukipigia hesabu 1.8 trillion a year.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money.
Hiyo pesa ni mingi.
And then if it's a lot of money, there's somebody who doesn't want to let it go.
It usually works that way, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So you really need to ask yourself those tough questions.
Who is not interested in seeing the formalization of this sector?
Who is benefiting from the status quo?
And why?
Yeah.
Good questions, a good point to leave it. The question is, if everybody can see that this would work best this way, so why is nobody doing it?
Yes. And also calling on passengers. Enforce on cashless.
Even for us.
Yeah.
Kata
kulipa cash because you're also supporting corruption.
Okay.
You know, we need to come back so that we can discuss this corruption issue.
Yes.
Kata kulipa.
You'll come again, Patricia. Thank you for joining us today. Patricia Mudeo is the CEO of the Matatu Owners Association. This sector employs over 1 million people. It transacts over 5 billion shillings on a daily basis. 1.5 billion of it goes to corruption every day.
It's now 8 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Underage girls are increasingly engaging in crime and being put in juvenile detention, even though the boy child remains overrepresented in crime. According to the KNBS Economic Survey, over the last 3 years, there's been an uptick on the number of young girls engaging in crimes, mostly being generally stealing. Data further reveals that in 2021, 17 girls were in conflict with the law, 47 in 2022, and 99 last year, despite the number of boys engaging in crime remaining proportionally higher. It's all systems go for the Madaraka Day celebrations, which will be held in Bungoma County next month. Speaking while inspecting Masinde Muliro Stadium interior, PS Raymond Omolo said more than 12,700 Kenyans and nearly 2,000 guests will be in attendance.
We are 100% satisfied with the preparation as part of the run-up to the national celebrations. We started at Matulo Airstrip, which is at 96% complete. What is pending is just the perimeter fence, and that is currently going on. We have had the first test landing happening by the Kenya Air Force this morning, and they are happy with the state of the runway.
Governor Ken Lusaka, on his part, who will be the host of the celebrations, asked Kenyans to come out in large numbers, further thanking KDF for collaborating with the organizing committee to complete the preparations on time.
I take this opportunity on behalf of the people of Bungoma to welcome all Kenyans of all walks of life. Come on 1st of June so that we are able to celebrate the 61st Madaraka Day together. It's a great honor and privilege for us to host this year's Madaraka Day, and we're looking forward to it being a good success for not just Bungoma but as a country. Secondly, I know we have rains. I'm sure that I want to invite you come early enough. I hope it will not be raining from 8 in the morning, but you come early enough so that if the function starts early, you will be able to beat the rain, and you can also come with an umbrella.
A Kenyan mountaineer, Cheriot Kirui, and his guide have gone missing during their ascent of Mount Everest. The Door, part of the expedition organized by 7 Summit Treks based in Kathmandu, Nepal, lost contact with their team while attempting to scale the treacherous Bishop Rock, situated at an altitude of 8,000 meters. SST CEO Migna Sharper says Kirui and embarked on their climb without using supplemental oxygen, a daring endeavour even for seasoned climbers. SST mobilised a search and rescue mission to locate the missing climbers. And the hearing of a case in which Michael Masharia, alias DJ Brownskin, is accused of aiding his wife's suicide continues today. DJ Brownskin was charged in June last year with aiding his wife Sharon Jerry's suicide after she took poison. The husband allegedly watched as she killed herself. DJ Brownskin faced another charge of destroying suicidal evidence from his phone on June 1st, 2023, knowing that the said evidence would be required in judicial proceedings. Sharon's brother Benson Irungu, who testified last month, told trial magistrate Gilbert Shikwe that even though she was violent, the husband ought to have taken the poison from her hands rather than just watch and record her as she ended her life. And at least 10 projects worth more than 1.7 billion shillings undertaken by the judiciary have run into headwinds due to lack of funds. Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, Winfrida Mokaya, said the cash problem has led to delayed, stalled or slow pace of the projects. She made the disclosure before the Senate's Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee. Mokaya had been invited to explain the status of courts construction projects across the country. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Patrick Lodge, Otieno Lumumba. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
CT Muga.
CT Lodge. Muga, not Muga.
He's here, and here's the day's proverb.
One man marries a woman, another man marries trouble. Is he the same man?
Spice.
A lion cannot eat more than 2 donkeys. It would die a natural death because there is no ICU in the forest. In Kenya, it has become the situation that you cannot conduct 2 elections. In fact,
with the same IEBC.
You can't.
I told you about this Indian friend of mine who was enjoying other Indians in the group. He wrote the word valve and told them, read it.
So how did he say it? I really want to know.
The valve. Because kina Ednah, it's the, like you said, the bees are the peas. Kila kitu mkisia akisema atasema opposite.
Opposite?
Ukisema hii anasema opposite. Opposite. Ukisikiliza namna hii unasikia opposite.
The Situation Room, Spice. The only way to start your day.
All right, a few minutes after 8 o'clock, and traffic still continuing in the city this morning. Some of it coming through on the Thika Superhighway. We saw that build up early, and also on Jogoo Road, that still continues. Kiambu Road was crazy, and packing a punch coming off of Wayakiwe. Let's take a look at what's coming in through Juja Road. Carrier Core, that area. We have traffic coming in there as well. Let's take a look at the Eastern Bypass, where traffic is heavy inbound, and it's going to touch on Embakasi going through towards Outer Ring. Apart from that, I think we're going to be able to handle it this morning. We're going to keep an eye on it and see what happens through the morning. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag, The Situation Room.
Spice FM, Malindi. This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
8 after 8. How are you doing? Welcome to the third hour of the Situation Room. Happy Thursday, this 23rd day of May 2024. At this Mzee called Katai.
Yeah.
And can tie a tie.
He tied a tie,
and
he was called a king. Then he, put all this money together until he could buy a tie. For 30 years, he worked very, very hard. And then after these 30 years, all his money, lost it all. He was conned.
By who?
Big time. You want to know, don't you? You want to know how he was conned.
Kantai, 30 years working.
Yeah.
Saved all that money.
Yeah.
And then he
bought a
was
tie,
conned.
And then he was conned. Of all of his money, it went. Lost it. You want to know how, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah. So now what you need to do is you need to log on to www.showmax.com or download the Showmax app and then start to watch fantastic shows like this. You know what else I did?
Apart from watching Survivor. This week on Survivor.
I watched Manchester City win the Premier League on my mobile on Sunday.
Okay.
So I was able to watch the whole.
So you decided to watch the Man City game?
Yeah.
On your mobile?
I did. I watched it on my mobile. So I proved that.
So how was the Liverpool game?
My Monday was not very good, actually. Football on the go, essentially, is what you can do when you log on to Showmax. So you can imagine, watch Survivor, watch football, watch Can Tie, Not Tie is Tie. Fantastic things happen when you download the Showmax app. It's all your great entertainment in HD and on the go. You can download and watch later. All sorts of fantastic stuff happening for as little as 300 shillings a month. It's the upgraded streaming platform for Africa. That's Showmax. And so all we're asking you to do is shika Showmax.
Kitu kubwa. Have you registered for eTeams? It's very, very, very simple. It's very easy. Just go to your eCitizen platform. That's ecitizen.kra.go.ke, ecitizen.kra.go.ke. If you do that, it takes you into the login page. You log in using your eCitizen credentials. That's it. That's it. You put your PIN number, you put your password, and then they send you the one-time password onto your phone or your mobile, and not your phone or your email. Once they do that, you enter that, you're in. Then, if you have registered for eTeams and you just want to generate an eTeams invoice to send to somebody, all you do is just go there and generate eTeams. When you start generating eTeams, it'll ask you, so who are you sending your invoice to? I'm sending the invoice to Ndu. Okay, no. How Ndu, what's her PIN number? You put the PIN number, then it'll bring Eziokobundu.
Well done.
And you say, me, I know Ndu.
Who's this?
Who's this? Eziokobundu. That's the one. Say yes, and then you say, so what are you billing her for? I supplied her what did I supply?
Please specify.
Pineapples.
Okay, so let's go with pineapple. That's safe.
Some matunda like this.
Yeah.
There was pineapple, njugu karanga.
Fruit salad.
Njugu karanga is fruit.
Yes, it's a fruit.
It's a fruit.
Okay. You buy them at the road company.
Yes. And then you enter all those details. So how much, how many units, what's the total amount? Once you enter that, it generates this beautiful invoice. You can either send it directly to Eziokobundu Okoh, or you can download and WhatsApp her. The point is, she gets the invoice. And KRA gets to know, you supplied Ndu with Njugu Karanga. Very good. That's it. And that's all right? It's as simple as that. Our next conversation is going to be about borrowing and cost of credit in this country. Borrowing in Kenya, cost of credit in the country. We have seen the development and the growth of a certain sector when it comes to financial lending. And these are the mobile lenders. One of them is Tala. The general manager of Tala is Anastasia Mombi. She's our guest. Good morning.
Morning. How are you doing?
Very well. Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Thank you.
Good
it feels hot already.
Oh, it feels hot because of the chai city. Please tell her about Assis premium teas.
Yes.
It's because you're in the kitchen.
Made in Kenya. Kuresoi. Lush green tea plantations.
Yeah. Okay.
And from that you get this quality teas and a large variety of the teas for consumption locally and for export. Now you have an opportunity to sample this Cape Tegich tea. that we refer to as Asisti. We were told yesterday that assist means what?
Sun. And God.
Yes.
I had no idea.
We didn't until yesterday. We were told.
Oh.
So you have a little sunshine in your life.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Karibu sana and Stella. Buried. You see all those things, you can find them. Assist what?
Masala chai, tangawizi, black tea. I've seen a hibiscus somewhere here.
Yep.
It's amazing.
Yes. And this is golden tea. It's golden. In color as well. I don't know. No,
Karibu chai.
Karibu chai.
Asante sana.
Also, he'll welcome you with the day's proverb. Just listen to the proverb and give us your interpretation of it.
Okay.
Yes, our proverbs for this week come from the Republic of Liberia. When a baboon offers you a banana, imagine how much he has in his stomach. Bless you.
So I give you my interpretation of it.
It will be nice.
Okay.
Yes.
I think I'm understanding it as if someone is giving you something, it means they're giving you the surplus of what they already have.
That is an excellent interpretation. But is that always the case, that when someone gives you something, it's a surplus?
No. I think it depends on the person, right?
When the person is not a baboon, it's likely that it's not a surplus.
Yes.
The person is a baboon.
You see? That's human beings interpreting baboon.
Yes. One must ask questions.
If you're dealing with someone who you know to be a baboon,
yes,
they're
giving you their banana.
Just know.
You see, if you know someone and over the years you've known them, they are a grabbing individual who always wants more and more. When they give you have to ask, no, Kwani, first of all you ask, are you okay?
Yeah.
Yes. Is everything all right? And that's where your interpretation comes in.
What's the catch?
What's the catch? Why are you giving?
Yeah.
But
sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say it's a very African way of thinking, though. I think people are a bit more skeptical when you're giving them something. They're like, what are you getting out of this?
Yeah.
And people don't believe that things can be done out to the good of people's hearts. It's a bit of a balance.
What am I losing here?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, if I accept this banana, what am I going to lose?
Yeah. What do I need to give you?
Or am I being given my banana?
Yes.
That's funny.
Yeah. So, Anastella, please introduce us to Tala. We know of Tala, we've heard of Tala, but then we don't actually understand Tala and the mode of business.
For sure. So Tala is a fintech company founded in 2014. And a lot of what people don't know is we're a very mission-driven company. So our founder is actually ex-UN, and at the time when she was about to found Tala, she was actually doing a lot of research with different microfinance institutions. And the biggest thing she was realizing is back then, if you didn't have a bank account, essentially you didn't have access to credit. So it was a question of how do you underwrite, which is like give a decision on if we can give you a loan or not. For people who don't have a bank account, probably are transacting in cash, how do you start to be able to open up access to credit to them in a similar way that people who had bank accounts could access credit? So that's the background story of Tala that I think a lot of people don't know, and we should do a better job at telling that story. But since then, we're essentially a market pioneer in Kenya in terms of offering digital credit. And we also have operations in other markets. So we have Tala Mexico, we have Tala Philippines, we have Tala India. And the whole goal is, how we frame it is, we want to democratize access to financial services for the globally underbanked. Also, internally we call it the global majority. So all these people who are left out of formal financial ecosystems, how do you actually enable them to have access to financial services? Credit being one of them, but of course being able to move even beyond credit, so that we make financial services accessible to everyone. Yeah.
What's the meaning of Tala?
That's a good question. I actually don't know.
Was she working in Tala? Or did she do some of her research in Tala? She visit Tala and...
So, what we found is like Tala has actually different meanings in different countries. I'll try and remember the meaning in Philippines. But in Kenya we have a place called Tala. So that's quite interesting. Actually, last week I was at a conference and I met someone called Tala. Like their name is Tala. So I haven't given you a proper answer. I will do my research on what Tala means, but yeah, it is a name that has different meanings in each of our markets, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how did it all start? And just to be able to say, look, I can understand what we talk about
democratizing.
Democratizing access to financial services for people across. What does that mean? If you break it down and say, you know,
I will try not to make it too. I mean, maybe find out to make it very simple. I think there's two parts. Let's start with credit. The example I always like to give is if you go back to like early 2000s. There's different ways people could access credit. It was either you're banked and you can get it from your bank. If not, your other option was if you're in a SACCO, probably if there's a microfinance bank close to you, but of course that industry was still growing. But mostly people were borrowing from their family and friends. Yeah. And actually there's a report that was done by FSD Africa, and can anyone tell, does anyone know who the largest lender is in Kenya? It's actually the shopkeeper. Yeah, because a lot of people are actually borrowing from their shopkeepers. So the biggest challenge and on why access to credit was not that open is how do I tell that you will repay me? Like, how do I know? Because when you're giving credit, you check for three things. Number one, you look at fraud. You have to make sure the person is not fraudulent. Two, you have to check for the ability to repay. Because as part of principles of responsible lending, you have to make sure if I'm giving you money, I know you'll be able to repay. Then the last one is you check for their willingness to repay. Like someone can have money and not be willing to repay. So the question was like, how do you find these three factors as fast as possible and leverage technology to do that, then give someone an instant decision. So that's essentially what democratizing access to credit means. So just to explain how Tala works, we are almost like a very data science driven company, so it's going to get a bit techy, but so what we'll do is we'll leverage different data coming from the customer, feed that into a machine learning model, and give you a decision in 2 to 5 minutes. And in the machine learning models, they're checking for those three things. So the same way, for example, if you go to a bank, you'd carry your pay slips and your bank statements. Now we're doing that digitally through machine learning models, and over time we'll be doing it through AI, and then we're able to give you a decision instantly. Yeah.
So how do you tell? How does this machine tell? I can see fraud it wants to establish that I'm an existing human being, and past transactions and such will tell it, okay, this is actually the most likely things that this is actually a human being. Second thing is ability to pay. This is just looking at my cash flow and my incomes and expenditures. They can tell, all right, willingness to pay. How do you tell that I am willing to repay you?
So that's a good question. So there's different ways to do it, right? Number one is CRBs. So right now, one of the things I always like to say is, the introduction of, just to also explain what a CRB is, a Credit Reference Bureau. It's where different financial companies report on lending patterns of different customers. So whether you're positively listed, which means you're repaying your loans, or you're negatively listed, which means you're in default on a loan. Sadly, the biggest introduction for Kenyans to CRBs was being negatively listed. So a lot of people don't actually know about being positively listed, which is actually a really good thing, because it means for a lender like myself, if I pull your credit report and I see that you've been repaying other people, then I will say, hey, this is a good individual, I'll give them a loan. So that's why you start to get signals around willingness to repay, which is CRB. The other one is more like I'd call like behavioral features and signals, which we figured out through our model, and we have thousands of them. So let me give a very practical example. Today, if you want to borrow from your chama, someone will, or rather, not even borrow from your chama. If you want to join a chama, so this is feedback I've gotten when I sit with customers in a market. They'll tell me that, when I moved to this town and I wanted to join this chama, someone had to introduce me for me to join the chama. So think of that as, how do you bring tech into that type of behavior? If I refer you into Tala and I am a good customer, most likely you're a good customer. So that becomes a signal. If, for example, I see that on your contacts, you call, your like mom every day. It means you have strong familial ties. It means you're
well grounded.
Yeah. So it just becomes, how do you leverage, like it's behavioral science, right? It's how do you leverage like the behaviors that we see every day, that we do every day with our SACCOs, with our chamas. That's why your SACCO will ask you, find 2-3 guarantors before I give you a loan.
Yeah.
We don't do that on the app, but like how do you actually put those as signals into your machine learning model to give a decision?
The big question comes in. You are then mining a lot of my data. Is it with my consent?
Love the question. Yes. So
at what point
number
do I give
one,
you the consent?
Yeah. So number one principle is always, and this is also my personal belief, customers have ownership and consent over their data. So does the customer understand what they're giving you? And I always put it very plainly. It's not about putting some terms and conditions in a big document and asking people to put a check. Actually, one of the biggest things we have in the app, which is actually a friction point because people sometimes drop off, is, and I think we're probably the only lender doing that, we'll write for you, this is all the data that we are asking you to give us, and this is why we need it. So it will be like, we need to get access to your SMS because we're looking at your transactions on M-Pesa. And essentially, once a customer reads that, they actually have to allow us
accept
for each of them. Actually, it is a very frictionful journey from my product tech side. But for us, it just makes sure that the customer understands what they're doing. And the other way I always think about it is...
So how many boxes do I need to check before now we are done with that kajal?
Probably 5.
Okay, so one is SMS, the other one is call records.
Yeah. Location, we have to make sure you're in Kenya.
Location.
I'll need to remember what the fourth one is. Let's keep going. I'll remember what the fourth one is. But essentially, all of that is, how I always like to think of it is, people are definitely concerned about digital data, but we give our data anyway, all the time. If you think about, I like to give the bank example. Actually, the bank collects a lot more data on you than we ever will. Because today, if you need a bank loan, you will literally go with a stack of documents. And we're not even sure where those stack of documents go over time. For us, number one, we're ISO certified. So like we have to be very careful with how we store the data. Number two, we actually hold 2 licenses from the Office of the Data Commissioner. So we're both we're a data processor. So it means we're essentially abiding by the laws, the GDPR rules, because our data protection laws are very similar to the GDPR, which is the one that is in Europe. But we abide by all of that. So it's more of how do you ensure that customers understand what is needed from them, and then secondly, how do you protect it? And third, which has been a problem in the industry, is how do you use the data? Do you use it for exactly what you told the customer you'll use it for? So those things always have to be true, and those are the principles we operate with, because we are an international company, and we're actually headquartered in the US, so we have to really abide by all those laws across the board.
So when you do those things, when you
go ahead.
When you collect all that information, is there somewhere where you tell me what you will not do with it? Or is it my role to go and read the law and find out what a data processor is not supposed to do? So for example, I'm asking this off the back of the fact that the data commissioner has penalized some players in your industry for misuse of the data.
Exactly.
And we've had very many complaints because you've got access to my call records, to my SMS, and you're actually accessing all this information. Then you start calling those guys.
Exactly.
Unajua Eric, akona pesa yetu. Mwambie alipe ama tukuue.
Yeah, those stories make me very sad. I was actually with the data commissioner, was it last week or the week before? And that's definitely like a big problem in the market. So let me answer in that from a Tala standpoint, then I'll answer from an industry standpoint. As Tala, for us, we make it very clear. Actually, if you check our pages, we even run brand campaigns written, we'll never call your family and friends. Like for us, it's very clear, because what we need the data for is to make a decision. And for us, how we operate is it's unsecured credit. So if I don't build a relationship with you, why will you repay me? So for us, our focus is actually more on actually building relationships with customers. And even even if they don't repay, we have a lot of paths. So you can literally call us anytime. We'll help you make a payment plan. We've done waivers for our customers. I think I'll try and remember the exact number, but we've done waivers to the tunes of hundreds of millions for customers whenever they're having issues. So for us, it's a very straightforward path. However, if you look at the industry as a whole, I like telling the story of what happened. So think of it as in 2014, there were 0 lenders. Fast forward to by the time I was joining Tala, probably 3.5 years ago, there were 300 plus digital lenders in Play Store. Right now, Central Bank has about 400 applications for the DCP license. So it just gives you a sense of how the industry is set up. And before the regulations came up, what was happening is there was no clear standard of how the industry should operate because there was no regulation. I think there was nobody that was trying to self-regulate. So that's actually what Tala did. So it was us and 5 other lenders, and we started the Digital Lenders Association. So at the time, what we were trying to do is say, hey, there's a problem starting in this industry, and how can we actually start to create like a standard of how people should operate. And for you to join the association, you actually had to prove that you abide by consumer protection, responsible lending, you promote responsible borrowing from customers as well. And we do that vetting before you join the association. So now we're almost like 30 lenders in the association, and that for me at least has helped to set the standards. And also, as now Central Bank and the Parliamentary Committee are working on digital credit DCP licensing regulations, then a lot of those principles is what we push to support. But that said, I think for us it is a question of what is our role in educating consumers, because I always think of it as financial education has changed. So how do we actually teach consumers how to use credit and how to know who is a good lender and a rogue lender? So we started to do those campaigns. I think at some point we were publishing names in the newspaper, and we're saying, hey, avoid these lenders because this is where you get into trouble. And we always say that if you have a problem, then you can reach out to the association and we'll figure out how to support you. But this is a big problem in the market. And I personally am very happy with a lot of the work that the ODPC is doing to just clean up the industry a bit more, because it is going to take a bit of time.
So then, okay.
We'll take a break and then you ask the question. 8:30, Kenya's biggest conversation is hosting Anastella Mombi. She is the general manager at Tala. It's a digital credit provider. We are talking about borrowing trends in this country and also the cost of credits and where we should be looking forward to. We'll be back shortly. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
It's a sunny morning in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 15, and lows of 15 and highs of 25 in Nakuru, where it's sunny as well. Sun is up at 19 in Nyeri with highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 24 in a sunny Eldoret at 18. Mostly cloudy at 25 in Mombasa, and it's sunny at 26 in Malindi. It's 22 and sunny in Kisumu, sunny conditions at 22 as well, going to highs of 28 in Kakamega. Looking out into Kampala, it's cloudy at 22, and Dar es Salaam is sunny at 26. Johannesburg slightly warmer at 11 with sunny conditions, and Mogadishu is sunny at 30, while Addis Ababa is sunny at 18. Lagos sunny at 25, going to highs of 32, and we'll see highs of 33 in a currently sunny Kinshasa at 24.
everything nice. Alright, okay.
Spice up your life.
Okay, so quite some traffic coming in through Vedegwa, actually, this morning. It's crossing over to the northern bypass and then coming all the way through to Kiambu Road. Some of that traffic then has eased a little bit as you get towards Muthaiga Square. But it still continues a bit heavy on the Thika Superhighway as you come through to Survey. So that's what's still happening with traffic. Karura Forest Gate A, a lot of traffic then coming in through there, and that's on Limuru Road as you swing by Muthaiga and then heading out towards Limuru Road as well. Lower Kabete going through towards Spring Valley, quite some traffic there. James Gishore has done quite some traffic today. Inbound traffic from the Red Hill Link Road through towards Waiaki, but then there's double traffic, in and outbound traffic on James Gishore heading out towards Westlands. So we're still dealing with traffic hour. Ngong Road, in and outbound, also still doing the thing. Mombasa Road looks good as you're getting out to the city. So keeping an eye on all of this as we come out of traffic hour in a short while. Let's talk on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So let's continue our conversation with Anstella Mombi, the GM Tala.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm looking at conversations that you'd have obviously had with the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, and to say that the protection of borrowers then is front and center, or should be front and center. And this is saying that you would then follow best practice because of the fact that you've been licensed by the Commissioner's office. There are many who are not, but still continue with this I think the word that they use is predatory lending. Exactly. So then, I mean, of course, it's not you to say what does the rest of the market look like, but what would then be the advice? Because it's connected to another question where, who is your target market? We know that we're trying to say, can we have financial services across board for everybody? But who's the target market? And a lot of people, by the time they're going to an app, there's a lot of things that they're fraught with desperation. People are looking for something that they can use to connect one dot to the next, So they fall prey to predatory lenders. At the same time, we're trying to provide financial services for those who cannot access them. So how do you play that balance?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think so. There's from an industry standpoint, I do think regulation will help a lot. So fast forward to a place where a lot of the applications sitting within central bank have been reviewed. The people who've been approved for licenses have licenses. Then it can get to a place where and this is a conversation that I know has happened in the past and something that Google has looked into. But it could move to a place where for you to have an app within Play Store, then you need to show a license, to put it very plainly. So, and these are conversations we keep having because it means at a high level to really clean the industry, you can't control what people do, but you can work with the different regulatory parties to make that true, right? So for me, I think cleanup that's the easiest way for a cleanup to happen in the market, where you essentially, say that, hey, for you to be able to run this type of service, similar to the same way I can't wake up tomorrow and open a mobile money service. Yeah. So it should be the same, right? So I think it's a question of how soon can we get there. However, of course, taking the realities of, that is something that will take time to implement. The second order for me is I always think of it as like what's our responsibilities as lenders in educating consumers, and especially because Tala right now is the largest non-bank lender in Kenya. So how do we think about our responsibilities when it comes to giving consumers the information they need? And we try to do quite a lot of that. Right now we'll be running activations in June. We're actually celebrating 10 years this year, but we'll go to different towns. We educate people on, hey, this is how to choose a lender, whether you're choosing us or not, but these are the things you should look into. Number two is, I think from an industry standpoint, we always ask ourselves, what more can we do? For the last 4 years, we've run something called Money Match every March. For a whole month, we just focus as an industry on personal finance and just educating consumers. So I do think there is a role that we also have to play as an industry, because at the end of it, the perception also affects us. The example I like to give is, and sorry if I mention any brands, but Tala is like Omo. So when someone has a problem, they will say, how can I Tala? And a lot of the times it has nothing to do with us. And I have these conversations with customers all the time. They'll tell me how they've been scarred, and I'll tell them, show me the phone, and I'll be like, okay,
that's not us.
This is not us. But the customers have gotten to understand that over time, but it is a problem in the industry, and it affects us as well.
Don't worry, it isn't just your industry.
Yeah.
There was a time there were passenger vehicles from Thika that came to Nairobi. They were called Nissan. Even when the make of the vehicle became Toyota they were still called Nissan. Yes.
I see.
So it was synonymous with that particular mode of transport.
Right.
So in this case, it's good for you.
Yeah.
Tala, good or bad? Tala is synonymous with
lending.
Digital lending.
Yeah.
Yes.
I hear you. I think of it as a blessing and a curse, to be honest. But to your second question, who's the target market? I always think of it as like your mass market Kenyan is how I'd frame it. And I'll give you an example. I can't speak to other lenders, but like with our customers, something that always surprises me every time we release our Money Match report annually, which is actually publicly available, is about 70% of lending goes to businesses. So that used to be a bit confusing for me because we underwrite people as individuals. But what I realized over time is Kenyans have a lot of side hustles. So you find, you guys are employed, but on the side you have your shop. So people come and borrow to essentially fund their businesses, whether they're starting, growing, they have some cash flow issues, and then they essentially substitute it to their salary to repay. So I think this year we found it was about 56% of the people we surveyed had alternative sources of income. It's quite interesting. Number two, if you think about that mass market Kenyan, what else do they need? We see borrowing increase significantly during back to school periods. So guys are using it for school fees. People are also using it to pay for utility bills. So it's in the, we think of it as like you're bridging your income gap. So it's 15th units zimeisha. How do you pay for that? Or gas imeisha, something of this sort. And then the last one we normally see a lot of is medical emergencies. Actually, this week customers send us notes quite a lot and then comment on our pages. And there's a story that my team shared with me, which was really powerful, of a customer who was using their Tala loans to buy their colostomy bags. And they literally sent us a message saying, hey Tala, thank you so much. I've been with you for so many years. Congratulations on your 10 years. Thank you for the support. So I think of it as, what I always say is credit is not bad. I think it's just a question of how are you utilizing credit to support you when you need it. And also on our end is how we're supporting customers to really understand the implications of the credit they're taking, like being upfront around this will be the cost of your credit. And if you have an issue, we'll always tell customers, just call us. We'll figure it out.
What's the rate of return?
So right now let me just explain how our product works. So right now our product is 1 to 61 days. We give loans of between 1,000 shillings to 50k. Then the interest rate is charged per day. So why we set it that way is we had before we used to have we call it like a flat rate or a static rate, and customers would tell us, I don't need the loan for 30 days. Can it be cheaper? So what we did is we broke it down into, and we use something called, it's going to be a bit complicated, we use something called risk-based pricing. So what risk-based pricing means is for customers who we consider to be lower risk, we'll charge them 0.3% per day. So that comes to 9% a month. And then for customers we consider to be slightly higher risk, we'll charge 0.6%, which is about 18% per month. But what happens is when you take the loan, because we charge it per day, you'll only pay us for what you use. So if you pay us at day 7, we will just do 0.3 times 7. That's what you pay us. And if you take, for example, 10k, and you get a 5k somewhere, if you pay that 5k, we'll only keep charging you interest on the remaining balance. So that for us was just finding ways for it. Of course means less revenue for us, but it means the customer is getting savings at the end of the day. So over time, I actually think it starts to make us one of the cheapest options in the market, because now you just pay for what you use. If you pay early, you pay less. And essentially, that's essentially how the product is structured today.
So your loans do not go beyond a 2-month tenure?
No.
It's 61 days is the maximum.
Yeah.
And if you go for the full 61 day and you're borrowing for the first time, it's going to be about 18% per month.
That is a upper bound, depending on where you.
See, I've just come in. I have bought a new line. You don't know me much, right? So that's the highest, about 18% per month. If somebody is paying on a daily basis, so that means that their balance is reducing. It means that their amount that they are paying is reducing, right?
Yeah. You mean if they're reducing their principal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It means that you are calculating the interest
on the remaining
the remaining principal, the remaining balance continuously.
Yeah.
So it gets cheaper and cheaper as you go.
Yeah.
So you're encouraging people to pay as often as they can during.
Exactly. And I actually really value that, because sometimes you find a customer, like let's think of someone who's waking up in the morning to go to downtown by Boga to come sell in their estate, in their kiosk. So use case we see a lot. So for example, they woke up in the morning, they have their 10k at Tala, they took their 10k. That day sales are slow. So maybe they expected to make 12k, keep the some 2k and pay Tala back. Maybe they made 7k. So you find sometimes if a customer doesn't have the incentive to pay that 7k, they might end up using it for something else. But for us, we're saying, just pay, make a partial payment. You'll actually save more money. And number two, like number one, you've reduced your debt. Number two, like you've used your money more effectively, and it just becomes easier for the customer. So we actually really encourage partial payments, and we've started to push a lot of that message, and wanted to make sure like we're incentivizing, like how are we putting money back in your pocket if you make a partial payment, which I think doesn't happen with a lot of lenders today, because if you take a 30-day loan, doesn't matter when you repay it, you will pay the full interest. Yeah.
The Central Bank of Kenya is now regulating you, right? So all of you had to apply for the digital credit provider's license. What we've been seeing is that this license and the processing has been slow. Complaints from some other quarters. Why is this?
I think it's a myriad of factors, right? At the time, we also did have a slight delay with our license at the time. I think we were on the second list that came out. At the context at the time was, if you look at a company like Tala that had existed for a long time, our submission packet was pretty significant. So it took a bit more time for them to review it versus someone who was just starting their business and just trying to get a license. So you found the first list was a lot of people or businesses that were not currently active. Then now you can start to see a lot of lenders who've been in the market for a while actually getting their licenses in, because just by virtue of the submission packets we put in to just give a full disclosure on our businesses and our operating models. Then I'd say a second order problem is just the sheer number of applications, because of course resourcing will always be a push and pull, but if there's over 400 applications sitting with Central Bank, it's quite a lot of information for them to go through. But we do see them at least periodically releasing a list. I think there's a list that was released this year as well, and we know that they're continuously working on it. But I would say for me, it's just the sheer number of applications that are coming in and the size of the packets. It takes time to actually go through all of that and be able to give everyone a fair chance to get a license.
What do the regulations say? How often should you be renewing your license?
So there's no renewal for licenses. The best way to understand what the regulations were about, for me, is just consumer protection. That was very straightforward. I think Central Bank was coming in to help, clean up or stabilize an industry that had a lot of issues. And the most important thing they're focused on is how are you operating, how are you treating customers, where are your funds coming from to actually do onwards lending. How are you pricing your loans? What are the disclosures you're giving customers? So it was just deeply focused on consumer protection. Yeah.
You say you conduct a lot of research in trying to determine the wherefores of your business and how it is you can best serve your clientele. What would you say are the reasons that you have found that bring about a situation where people now are unable to pay their loans?
Yeah, the biggest one has always been in like when they're having issues with their business. So let's take an example. Last year we were seeing some of the highest inflation rates. So you find when there's reduced spending in the economy, people, someone would wake up in the morning, come grab milk and eggs and bread from your shop. Now they have less money, they have to reduce their spending. It means you're getting less money from your shop. Then it means you don't have the funds to repay Tala. So it mostly is when there's inconsistencies in businesses. That's always the big one. A second one that we saw during COVID was when people start to get laid off from their jobs and they don't have an income source. So that becomes the second one. A third one that I'd put in is when there's I call it like an income shock. So let's assume, we'll give a very Kenyan example. You have your salary, you usually get 20K, 30K. Then your mom in Shags who didn't have NHIF gets sick. And now you've spent your 20K, 30K to take them to hospital. Now you don't have the money to repay. So it's always just one of those three reasons. And I think I mentioned this, but for us, what we always do, because we've been with our clients for many years, we're turning 10 this year. So for us, we usually just tell them, call us. You can just tell us, hey, this is what is happening. I'm having this issue, and we'll just make a payment plan. We'll tell you, okay, Nisawa, how do we work through this? When do you think you'll be able to repay? They'll probably tell you maybe next month. When I get my salary, we're like, Sawa, okay, let's make a payment plan. You can be sending X amount over X period. Once you're done, we can enable you to have access to credit again. So that's essentially how we do it. Yeah.
It's very good.
You happy?
It's very good because, but I take it that given your line of business, you're not deposit taking.
No.
Are there businesses that do what you do that are deposit taking?
Yeah, banks are lending right now.
No. Digital lenders.
Digital lenders.
No, banks.
Well, I think there's branch recently, of course, I know you guys know, I think it's the other lender that's big enough, similar to Tala. They did acquire a microfinance bank and started to become deposit taking. So I'd say them. Beyond them, I don't think anyone else.
Are there advantages to that?
Definitely.
Business advantage.
Yeah, there could be, because just to explain how Tala works, so we're a venture funded company, venture capital, so we've raised about $350 million globally. In addition to that, we normally also leverage debt funding to do onwards lending. So what that means is we'll get money from someone else at a certain rate, and then we use that money to lend to consumers directly, because you find for those institutions they're keen on having impact and reaching people, but they don't understand the underwriting capabilities and how to decide who to give credit, how to collect, and so on. So that's essentially how we do it. Of course, there's a cost to that, because we have to pay the person, we have to pay interest for the loan that we have, the debt that we have. The advantage of potentially being deposit taking could be that people are giving you money, and then you're probably investing the money, using it to lend. You might make some margin off of it, but I don't always think it's that straightforward, because if I also take your money, I have to pay you interest. So it's like you've just lent to me at the same time. So I think it just depends on how you look at it. But I do think it could have its own advantages depending on how much interest I end up paying the customer versus how much I would have paid a bank that I'm getting the money from.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is unconscionable lending?
Unconscionable lending.
Oh, something I've seen, because a lot of
I don't know what that is.
It seems to be something along the lines of charging interests which are beyond the scope. And are there folks who fall into this?
Well, the example I can think of, I have had complaints from different customers who've gone through rogue lenders, that sometimes I think of them as like hidden charges. So you might find someone tells you, like the same way I've given you guys a very clear example of what our charges are, and then the day you come to repay, they're like, oh, and there's, you now owe us 5% more for a processing fee. Or when you're late, they don't tell you what the late fee will be. And, they probably tell you, like for us, it's very clear. It's a flat rate. We'll charge you once, 9%, that's it, when you're late. With other lenders, like the Safaricom lenders, they're very straightforward. Like we'll do a rollover of your loan. So those ones are very straightforward. But with a rogue lender, you might find someone tells you probably 9%, and then you come back to the up 2 days later, they're like, we're charging you another 9%. Fun. So, and those are the problems, right? Like what disclosure are you giving to the customer? Do they fully know the day they were taking the loan that these are the different hurdles you'll keep adding to their lives? So you find someone telling you, hey, I took 1,000 bob loan, why do I need to now pay 3K? Like this doesn't make sense. I don't understand how this loan went up. And that's exactly the problem.
And these are things that essentially would have been curtailed by the central bank requirements, because they're looking at things like that, isn't it? So if you actually then were licensed and you were doing it within these, boundaries, then that would not come up. It would
not be happening.
And then, of course, if you were doing it, then one would ask, well, where's your license? Can you actually operate like this in the country?
Exactly.
Again, looking at all of those numbers, 400 waiting for the CBK to then give the license, 300 in operation. That's almost, we're looking at inching on 1,000 digital lenders or licensed lenders in the country. Seems like it's a profitable business then, does it?
It depends. It depends, right? It's a very risky business. And I don't even, I wish I'd gotten the numbers.
Which business is interesting?
No, I actually, the numbers, if you start to look at markets like Uganda, Nigeria, actually the numbers are not, like if we have like 300, 400 licensed lenders, it's not completely not done in this market. I'll try and get you guys the numbers for how many licenses are there in other markets. But with lending, how I always think about it, let's look at it from a macro level. One of the numbers I've seen in the past is that there's about is it a $2 billion credit deficit for MSMEs in Kenya? So how I always think about it is, it's not...
Sorry, what?
It's a $2 billion credit deficit. Like, we're barely... All I'm saying is we're barely scratching the surface.
In terms of people who need this money, with the high numbers that we are seeing, still not meeting the need of those who...
And that's exactly it. Because if you think about markets in Africa... MSMEs run economies. MSMEs need credit to operate. So how I always think about it is we're barely scratching the surface. Like I don't like to think of it as there's a small pie and we're all fighting for the small pie. In my mind, it's like the pie is so big, we're barely doing enough.
Right.
So and that's why you'll still see a lot of people still looking to get into the market. I still think there's still a huge opportunity. And let me actually give you guys the perfect example. The number was 6 out of every 10 borrowers in Kenya are borrowing from more than one lender.
Right.
So that for me already gives me the signal that even as Tala, we're not satisfying the need of one customer fully. And I've already told you, when customers self-report to us, they tell us, I used your money for my business. So in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, we probably need to be doing a better job to serve these customers. So that's how I always think about it. I'm like, there's still a massive opportunity in the market. There's still a lot of need.
Much more.
And it's just a question of how do you get better at like fulfilling the need of one single customer end to end.
Mombi, so the digital lenders operate on the principle of it's collateral free. So what then do we call the others who use collateral? The M-Corpers, so they're giving you solar, they're giving you motorbikes and such.
So I call it's almost like secured and unsecured lending.
All right.
So ours is unsecured, theirs is secured. Because at the end of it...
And you're not in the same category?
No. Well, I think we lend to the same people for different purposes, but I think of it as, of course, the business is more de-risked, because if you don't pay for the phone, they can lock the phone. I can take the phone back.
Yeah.
For us, honestly, our business is based on trust. When people normally ask me, they expect like a big thing. I just say it's trust. And it's one of the things that our founder speaks a lot about. She's actually done a TED talk on it. She's a TED fellow. Because what we're saying is, if you think about the example I was giving back to 2014 and earlier, why were banks not giving people who are not banked loans? They just didn't trust them.
Yeah.
They didn't trust that no one was taking a bet on people who are underbanked. So for us, we're saying that we trust that you will repay us, and we care to build a relationship. And if we show you that trust, then you'll care to maintain a relationship with us.
What's the percentage of non-performing loans?
Currently, we average about 5%.
Oh.
What?
Wow.
Yeah.
So 95%.
You should tell Hustler Fund.
Yeah. 95% of those who come and borrow from you are servicing their loans in good time and properly?
Yeah. But also think of it this way. Digital credit is the only business in which you choose your customer.
Yeah,
that's the way I like to put it, because essentially, if it's a mobile money, anyone can always open. You don't choose. For us, we actually decide who to approve and who to reject, which is something we're constantly trying to figure out how to explain to a customer. Like, you aren't approved this time, but this is what you can do to be approved next time.
Is the Hustler Fund a digital lender?
In a sense, yes, because how I define digital credit or digital lending is. All the underwriting is happening online or digitally. Credit is being disbursed digitally. So I'd say anyone who's doing that definitely falls in a digital credit provider.
Whether you're licensed or not.
Technically, but right now at least people are waiting for their licenses. But yes, yeah.
Hustler Fund is doing about 30% of default rate. You should.
And that's what I was saying earlier. It is a tough business. It is a tough business. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for joining us today, Mombi. Anna Stella Mombi is the general manager at Tala, the digital lender. She's been here telling us about this business and the model, and also explaining to us what's happening in this particular sector. Many people are actually borrowing, those short-term loans, using that money, for cash flow in their businesses, and many are repaying. And also now the sector is under regulation of the Central Bank of Kenya, which is also a very good thing. Keep it here for our Justice Thursday conversation coming up next. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
It's now 9 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning, this is the news wire. I'm Leah Obaga. President William Ruto will have a meeting with former U.S. President Barack Obama today. The meeting will come ahead of the official state reception by President Joe Biden at the White House. Obama, who was the 44th President of the United States, was born of a Kenyan father. He previously made visits to Kenya while he served as senator and later on as President of the U.S. And opposition leader Raila Odinga left the country for the United Kingdom earlier today. Mr. Odinga, according to his spokesperson Dennis Onyango, is set to deliver a keynote address at the University of Oxford, where he was invited by the Oxford Africa Society. In his address, Mr. Odinga is expected to discuss Africa's trajectory of resilience and renewal, offering insights from his extensive experience in public service and advocacy. A manager with one of the supermarkets in Naivasha town has been killed in a suspected robbery. The body of Hassan Salim was found in a pool of blood in his house long after he had been killed. He had left his place of work at a mall in the town on Tuesday evening before he was found dead the following day, according to the police. Police said his colleagues were concerned that Salim had not reported to work and was not responding to his calls. Agriculture CS Mithika Linturi has threatened to make public a list of politicians and senior government officials who owe the Agriculture Finance Corporation billions of shillings. The CS disclosed that some officers in the current and former regimes, as well as current and former members of parliament and governors, have failed to refund the agency. The move has prevented other farmers from taking loans. Appearing before the whole House of the Senate, his father said that his ministry was working towards addressing the fertilizer subsidy shortage that had affected farmers' agricultural activities.
I want to say yes, we offer coffee fertilizer under the subsidy program. It's called the 1717, something like that. And yesterday, I want to say yes, there has been a delay in the provision of the coffee fertilizer because of certain obvious reasons. You know, Kenya does not produce fertilizer, so we import, and it's common knowledge over the problems that we have had around the Red Sea on importation and many other issues.
The hearing of a case in which Michael Mashari alias DJ Brownskin is accused of aiding his wife's suicide continues today. DJ Brownskin was charged in June last year with aiding his wife Sharon Njeri's suicide after taking poison. DJ Brownskin faced another charge of destroying suicidal evidence from his phone on June 1st, 2023, knowing that the said evidence would be required in judicial proceedings. Sharon's brother, Benson Irungu, who testified last month, told trial magistrate Gilbert Chikwe that even though she was violent, the husband ought to have taken the poison from her hands rather than just watch her take her life. And finally, in the international scene, Iran's President Ibrahim Raisi, who was killed in a helicopter crash, will be buried today in his hometown after 2 days of funeral processions attended by thousands of mourners. Raisi, who was 63 years, died on Sunday alongside his foreign minister and 6 others when their helicopter crashed in the country's mountainous northwest while returning from a dam inauguration. His final resting place will be at the Holy Shrine of Imam Reza, a key Shiite mausoleum in the northeastern city of Mashhad, where the ultra-conservative president was born. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, so traffic still continues around the city. Nothing too crazy, though, from what we're seeing. Just the last of the bits and bobs of it. As you're getting towards the Uhuru Highway, coming off the Nyeri National Stadium, some traffic there. That's at Aerodrome. Landis Road is packed as you get towards Kamkunji. Uhuru Highway is going to take you through to the CBD with some traffic in and outbound. That's at your different junctions. And we're seeing the last of traffic then getting through Survey out towards the Pangani Tunnel. Also, then coming in from Kuna and then Spring Valley, there's still some traffic then heading out towards that Westgate area. So apart from that, I think we can handle it, right? There's in and outbound traffic still on James Gishoro. That continues for some time, and the rest of the city looks like it's getting into it for this Thursday. Let's see what happens at the end of traffic hour. Let's talk on SpiceFM. KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. And hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room. The
Asante
only
sana
way.
for keeping it locked on SpiceFM all the way from 6 a.m. to now 9:07 a.m. We continue our conversation until 10 a.m. This is what we do every weekday morning from Monday to Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Situation Room on SpiceFM, on Radio Garden, on YouTube, on Facebook, on KTN Home, having all these conversations. And every Thursday, we try as much as possible to have a Justice Thursday conversation because we'd like all of us to know more about justice and accessing justice the best way we can. Next conversation is going to be about the environment and planning. But before we introduce our guests, King Kantai.
King Kantai.
And the show is called Untying Kantai.
Yes, it is. It's a show on Showmax, and it's a fantastic series that you can watch. You want to know how a man worked for 30 years and at the end of it got swindled, conned essentially of all his money? Well, you need to log on to Showmax. There is also a program on Showmax called Agu. It is a legal drama. It's a Showmax original series. And it aired last year in 2023, and it's fantastic, riveting, really. It's legal drama, but you know, it is Justice Thursday, and we're talking about all matters legal. So you can imagine what.
And what's it called again?
Agu.
Agu.
Yes.
A-G-U. G-U. Set in which country?
Set in Nigeria. So it's actually quite interesting. Agu in my language means Agu means hunger.
All right. So who's hungry? The judge or
the lawyers? I don't know.
When you say your language, the kind of
Nigerian.
There's nothing like a Nigerian language. Which language are we speaking of?
Igbo, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Be specific.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
So Agu is hunger.
Yes, Agu is
Who's hungry?
It could be the lawyers.
Could be the lawyers, the judge.
It could be the environment.
It could be the environment that's hungry. It needs something to settle it. So this and many other fun series and programs available on Showmax. All you need to do is download the app on your Google Play Store or Apple App Store, or log on to www.showmax.com. For as little as 300 shillings a month, you can watch Untying Kantai. You can watch Agu. You can watch fun things like The Bachelor. I'll tell you about that later, CT.
The Bachelor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shika Showmax.
Kabisa. CT will tell us about star 222 hash.
I will. Being compliant doesn't have to be painful. You just have to have the knowledge of what to do. And when you hear Kere, you don't need to run in the opposite direction of the sound of Kere.
Kenya ran away.
Yes. Star 222 hash introduces you to electronic tax invoice management system, eTIMS. Okay. This process enables you to be able to invoice the individual or the entity you do business with in a seamless fashion. Now, when you go to star 222 hash, you will come across an array of names. Prior to today, we used to say go to the fourth item, it would be KRA. But now it's the fifth. Because KRA has added one more. It's flooding what again?
It's Citizen has added one more.
Yes.
GOK, flooding. Support.
Yes.
Flood relief.
Yes, exactly. So now eTIMS enables you to simply go through the process of invoicing in a manner that is painless. What you need is the PIN number of the entity you do business with. You will enter it. Now, once you enter it, you have a choice to either send it to them or print it out. But in short, once you fill that in, you are compliant.
That's it.
Yes. your e-teams compliant.
Tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
Na tujenge nchi.
Na tuweza kulipa majaji na mapolisi. You know, the Honorable Lady Justice Jacqueline Mogeni is a judge of the Environment and Land Court. She is our Justice Thursday conversation guest, and she's come accompanied by Engineer Mairura Omwenga, who is a member of the Environment and Planning Working Group. They'll tell us all more about that. Karibuni sana, Judge.
Asante.
Engineer, welcome. Now we're talking about environment and land. You see this? This is chai.
Yes.
Chai from the land of Kenya.
From the land of Kenya.
Okay? Yes. This is from some 2,300 acres.
Okay.
Kaptagich Tea Estates. It's in Kuresoi. Right? A place called Lenguruoni. Lenguruoni. Or Lenguruoni. But then if we remove the Lenguruoni. This one, it's harvested from that tea estate. It's processed in that tea estate. They have their own factories. It's packed and packaged in that tea estate and then brought to us in the market. They call it Assis. We were told yesterday that Assis in Kalenjin, I don't know whether it's in all Kalenjin dialects, but Assis means sunrise. See, sun?
Oh, okay.
And also now sun, it also means deity. Yes, a higher being. Right? So when they call it Assis and they put in Kasan there, they are talking about, bring sunshine into your life.
Sure.
Yeah, and it's also blessed. This is Assis Golden Tea. Please go and buy it next time you're in the shops.
Sure.
And try it. Sindio, Engineer?
Yep.
Umakubali?
Yep.
Very good. Siti, please welcome our guests with the day's proverb.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Liberia, the oldest independent nation on this continent. It got independence a century plus before other countries. Yes, Your Honor, it actually got independence in 1847.
For sure.
1847.
For sure.
100 years later, we started our Momo.
And even before that, before we had even thought that it would be a country called Kenya, they were already members of the UN in 1945.
They were released slaves, essentially.
Yes, they were.
Yeah.
They were, but they got their independence because these slaves came from the US. And there are people within the US who felt they would enjoy their liberation more if they were returned to the continent from where they had been taken.
Yes.
Yes. But the continent they were taken to and the area of the continent they were taken to was not empty. There were people living there. Yes. It was not as though they were taken to a place where when they landed there, they were the first human beings.
Wakapanda beacon.
Yes.
We have arrived. We're here. Okay.
The proverb?
Yes. When a baboon offers you a banana, imagine how many he has in his stomach.
The baboon offers you banana. Imagine how many he has in his stomach. Your Ladyship, what do you interpret this proverb?
I interpret the proverb to mean, baboons love bananas. So for a baboon to give you a banana, for sure, he truly must be fed up, so to speak. Or he would be, if he took it, he would be a glutton, so to say. So it basically means that if somebody gives you something, it's not actually out of some giving is really not out of because they really want to give. It's just that they've had enough. Now they've decided wacha tu to share. Hii sitakula tena nimeshiba.
It's disposal.
Yes.
You're talking about lands and planning. There's also a bit of disposal. Engineer, what's your interpretation of this?
Yes, I think it's it could be an indication just from what Judge has said. The baboon loves bananas, and jealously so. So if the baboon gives you a banana, one is tempted to say, maybe I'm being tricked. Okay, I'll soon be the banana to be eaten.
Give me a banana so that I can get closer.
Absolutely.
Grab me.
Absolutely.
What?
Absolutely.
So chunga, don't just accept bananas willy-nilly, especially Coming from a baboon.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a good one.
Sawa kabisa.
Very good interpretation.
Kabisa.
Very good ones. Just recently, the Environment and Land Court celebrated 10 years since it was established.
Yes.
That was, 2 years ago?
Yeah.
But you marked it last year?
Yes.
Am I right?
No, we marked it in the year before last.
There, okay.
Yeah.
And then since then, we've seen some more movements in this court in terms of deciding, all right, environment, land, too busy, too many, too wide. Let's create divisions of this. Just take us through that, Judge.
Yes. When we were celebrating our 10 years since we were birthed, following the new constitution, and we held a conference in Kilifi. And we brought on board so many people from all over the country. And also we had some international guests. So in most of the meetings that we held, the breakaway sessions, the wananchi said our cases are taking too long, especially environment matters. And you know, environment matters are like salt. You know, when you put salt and you pour water, it will quickly dissolve. And if there is a denial of oxygen, it cannot wait for 10 years. The environment is polluted. People will be dead. And so they said, could you speed up the environmental matters, especially environmental matters. Yes, land is also critical, and it's very emotive, but allow that environmental matters skip the queue so that we can be able to hear them early enough and we resolve the issues, because it has got to do with people's lives. Noise, people can't sleep, so please resolve it early so we know whether we will continue to have that entertainment spot next there, and whether they'll control the noise or how it will go. So that's why we went through that process. And so after that conference, the suggestions were made. Then our PJ, the presiding judge, principal judge, Judge Angote, took up there was a joint communique that was developed from all the people who attended, took it up, the recommendations with the Chief Justice, and then we basically came up with we put in place processes to now split, actually come up with two divisions, one dealing mainly with land matters and another one dealing with environment matters. Not new judges, same judges, only that now the difference is that environment matters will not queue. If an environment matter is filed today, I must quickly take it up, and within 6 months at most we must resolve those matters. And so the Chief Justice launched the land division this year, I think in March, and now we'll be launching the environment and planning division, because land is on its own. Then now we have environment and physical planning and planning division, which takes care of the construction and everything. It will be launched on 4th of June. So that was the reason, because the wananchi, the ones who said we want a court, a specialized court for land, came and said it's good, but now ensure that we have two divisions so that we don't queue environmental matters.
What are these matters that go into environment and planning?
Mainly it will be issues of pollution, and pollution in terms of noise pollution, construction where there's debris and everything all over the place. There'll be issues of land riparian. There'll be issues of climate change, the effects of climate change. And sometimes people say it's an act of God, but of course there's a component where there's a responsibility, our responsibility and responsibility of government on matters mitigation. There'll be also issues of depletion forests, matters dealing with forest issues, issues of planning, especially where the environment is affected. You have haphazardly put your houses anyhow, vehicles anyhow. So those are the matters we deal with.
Those are many.
Yeah, there are many.
And so, Engineer Omwenga, you are a member of the Environment and Planning Working Group. What's that?
Yes, thank you. I think as Justice has indicated, the matters environment, the matters planning affect all of us. And indeed, as human beings, we are the major player, if not the lead player, in the disruption and the destruction of the environment. And that comes through our activities. First, may I say this so that we are in context. I'm also the chairman of the Town and County Planners Association. We deal with matters land use, how land is used by various human activities. And these human activities have got to do with what we do, the economic activities we undertake, and so on. So that as a town planner, just see what is within the town. You have got housing development, you have got commercial development, you have got schools, you have got health facilities, you have got the transport system, you have got the utilities, water supply, power systems, and all those kind of things. All these activities are the ones that impact on the environment, and in the worst scenario, destruction and therefore pollution of the environment. And therefore, we are all part and parcel of this challenge. And therefore, I think then the court in its wisdom, and I think also invoking the provisions of the Constitution, Article 10, in terms of public participation, that indeed the court has opened up to members of the public that this matters to do with the environment, matters to do with development planning or land use planning, are matters that as judiciary, the judiciary is not the only player in this. We as the general public are part and parcel of that exercise, and therefore we are looking for a solution. It's important that all partners come into play, and therefore the judiciary, ELC in particular, and therefore this particular division has opened its doors and invited all and sundry.
Engineer, why is this discussion so important? Why must we keep talking about the environment? Why is it important? I mean, there are other things one can talk about.
Fine.
Hunger, disease.
Right. The environment, we are talking about the environment, we're actually talking about ourselves. We are part and parcel of the environment. If you think that we are destroying the trees, we are destroying the waters, we are destroying the soils, and therefore we are not affected, we are directly affected. Indeed, the world, that is the point the world has now reached.
Okay. You are chairman of this...
The Town and County Planners Association.
Countrywide?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I know the courts don't look for issues go to them. Okay? You, on the other hand, chair a committee that deals with what happens, planning, what will happen in the future, what can happen, what can change. What role is this committee doing to ensure the compliance that we read about, hear about, talk about?
Right. As a professional association and also as members of this committee of in fact, the word I use of the term is the court user committee, where the court then has brought various stakeholders together to address the matters of environment, of which then as the town planners were part of that. I think the wisdom is that this issue can best be addressed if all of us come together, if all of us get to be informed of really what the issues are. Okay, because a lot of the time you may find that the general public may think that there is somebody else who is responsible for protecting the environment. The state is there, the government is there, and its various agencies, NEMA is there to do that. But I think the realization is, and that's the wisdom, that really we are all contributors to this. So that element, through this committee, the entire nation and the stakeholders, the public, is being involved to create awareness, to educate, okay, and therefore be alert, and indeed to be a solution to this challenge.
Would we say then, Justice Omugani, that a lot of the cases that come to your court then are cases that engineer is looking for a solution to when it comes to then the environment?
Yes, because environmental matters, of course, touch on issues of sustainable development. They will touch on issues of natural resource control or management. They'll touch on climate change issues. And so issues of planning have everything 100% to do with the environment. So if we don't handle the environment well, then we plan haphazardly, then there'll be somebody who is offended, and they'll certainly end up in our courts.
Yeah.
But as engineer has said, the purpose for the working group is actually to try and find solutions, because we as judges also believe that the solutions are not only in court, they are in the communities, because this community, these problems are not happening from the air, they're happening from, we are the ones who are instigating these problems. So I'm sure we can also find the solutions to these problems. We're also not saying that because now we have a working group, the judges will not be sitting. As you said, lipeni ushuru tuweze kulipa majudges. We don't want to be lipward and we are not working. So we will still sit and resolve disputes, because that's what we are hired to do. But we know that we also will use the working groups to prevention, to prevent some of the things that shouldn't happen. Yeah. So we don't need to be a causal effect factor, but we can also prevent so that we don't leave things to go so bad. And then by the time we are stepping in, things are so bad. Yeah. So that's what we are hoping to do.
Yeah. So one of the issues that you mentioned was the time that it takes to adjudicate over some of these cases. And that's one of the issues that, Wananchi said, look, this is taking too long. One of the examples you gave was of noise pollution. So, and I think this is great because we can have these conversations for us to kind of understand the workings of, the courts, the judicial officers, because previously it was something that we never spoke about, right? Yeah. So if there's noise pollution, this building construction is taking place and they're banging at all hours of the night, going through the thing, and we've tried to ask them to calm it down. They've not done so. We come and we say, surely there's times, I believe the law is 8 to 6 p.m. After 6 p.m. you should not be doing this kind of thing. It's stipulated, right? But it's over and over again. And so then we say, you know what? The only way then we can do this is if a judicial officer mandated by law can then come and ask you to cease. And still you do not. Then we have the right to take you to court. It seems very cut and dry to me. You're making noise, you shouldn't be making noise. It's noise pollution. It's against the law at a particular time. What befuddles me then is that when it goes to court, why should it take so long?
It takes so long because the court has to listen to both sides. Okay. Because you've just come and said he's making noise. And then I say,
I even have recordings. I've recorded. And it's 9 p.m.
That is only your side. I need also to hear the other side. Are you making noise? And then they'll come and say, I'm not making noise. They are jealous of my construction. So then I have to give both sides time. Okay, tell me why you say they are making noise. And so you have your evidence. And the other person will say, I'm not. They're jealous. Tell me why you're saying they're jealous. And then after I've listened to all of you, both of you, and then now I will sit down and write the decision. Because if you just kept making noise, stop, I'm unfair. The natural justice demands that I must listen to both sides. So I think that's why it takes long. But as I said, in environmental matters, we are very quick to say, especially because people come under certificate. We will certificate matter. If you file a certificate today, the latest I can hear it is tomorrow, because it's ex parte. I mean, it's online. Nobody's there. You've just filed. So I'll quickly give my orders that same day sometimes. And so I'll say, go serve. Or if it's really bad, depending, I'll maybe give an ex parte order to say, in the interim, stop construction. Okay. And then, so I've told you stop construction. I've also told you go and serve. Please, I'll hear you. If today is Thursday, I'll hear you maybe on Friday, or I'll hear you on Monday, and I must hear you on Monday. And when I've said serve, because you've come to me running and you're saying it's serious, we are not sleeping, we even have headaches, I'll say serve quickly also. Come on Monday, I want to hear you quickly. And you who has been served, please make sure you file your responses with Monday. So when you come on Monday, I'll hear both of you and I'll say, the interim order that I gave to say stop, it's genuine. So stop, I hear you until we finish. And then we can either continue the construction or shall stop it forever, depending on what you'll present before the court. Because remember, we are not there. You are the one who is there. So it is your evidence that will really tell the judge or the judicial officer that you either have a good case or you are just a jealous neighbor.
And often there'll be now some regulator. There'll be NEMA. And this person can come and say, but me, I was licensed by NEMA to operate. And they came and checked.
Yes.
Let's take a break. 29 minutes to 10. Our guests this morning for our Justice Thursday conversation are the Honorable Lady Justice Jacqueline Mugeni, Judge of the Environment and Land Court, and Engineer Mairura Omwenga. He is a member of the Environment and Planning Working Group, but also chair of the Town and County Planners Association countrywide. We are talking about the division called a Division of Environment and Planning that will be launched on the 4th of June by the Chief Justice. This is a division of this particular court that will be focusing mostly on the environment and planning matters. We'll be back shortly. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, we're looking at the last of it this morning as we get out of traffic hour right about now. Hasn't been too sticky a morning, and I think we can keep it that way through the day. Yes. Coming off Thika Superhighway, just a little bit of that left as you come through the tunnel, but you'll be fine. Landis Road has just a little bit left as well, and I think on Jago Road, we're looking much better. All right, still, we'll talk through the morning. SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, our conversation continues. We are talking about the importance and the mandate of the soon-to-be launched Environment and Planning Division of the Environment and Land Court. And we are joined by the Honorable Lady Justice Jacqueline Mugeni and Engineer Mairura Omwenga, who's a member of the Environment and Planning Working Group. As we talk about this environment and planning, Judge, I'm sure there are a lot of issues that you find in environment and planning that emanate from poor planning or lack of planning. So you'll find that people are complaining about animals invading their farmlands. There was poor planning, no provision of migratory corridors. You're talking about noise pollutions or environmental pollution. This is because industries and residential areas are close to one another. What kind of planning did we have? Talking about riparian lands. Maybe it's actually you are not within riparian land, but activity upstream affects the flow that comes and even breaches the riparian land and enters into people's homes, and this kind of planning. So he will tell us about the planning at the towns and all. With your own background of having worked in devolution and now seen the kind of activity that happens countrywide, what would be the way forward to make sure that such cases, because you said such cases don't necessarily all have to come to the courts, how else would they be addressed?
You know, like even when people come to court, we usually encourage what we call court annexed mediation. So the first question we'll ask is, have you tried to talk?
Muongea.
Ningeomba mwende muongee tafadhali. And a lot of times they say, give us 30 days, give us 60 days. And then they come back and say, tumeongea, tumekubaliana. Or they come and say, imeshindikana. But and even on environmental matters, we've done that, and because we are saying the solution is with you. You know that you are on the river, please move. You know that you're not supposed to be parking the vehicles where you are, please, because I mean we also come from these communities. So where you refuse completely to agree with each other, then it's left to the judges now to make the decision. A lot of times for environmental matters, we'll go to the ground and see, and of course we are not collecting evidence, but we are seeing what it is that you have said, so that when we are writing our judgments or our rulings, we are actually informed of what exactly we have seen. And I think when I look back to 1960, I mean when we did this voting for the new constitution, Kenyans were saying we are fed up, please. We are in such a quagmire. just try and come and help us to, like it's a zigzag spaghetti way of madness. So please come and try and disentangle us so that we can be able to have a society that is beginning to flow. And a lot of the decisions that have come from the courts, even before I went to the judiciary, when I was in the devolution sphere, I think the courts have hacked it, more or less. The courts have hacked it. They helped devolution a lot. And I think that Kenyans were right when they said, please have a specialized court that will deal with environment and land matters. And now please have a division that will quicken these particular matters. Personally, I begin to see, as a Kenyan, I begin to see the light at the end of the tunnel. There's hope. And there's hope because a lot of things now are beginning to become clearer. People are saying, so this is where we were wrong. Kumbe, a road was supposed to pass here. Because then the courts have said, please, the road is passing there. So whatever you had put up, the road has to pass there.
Okay. Engineer, are you saying that there's more compliance when it comes to some of these things? Because usually it was like, okay, let's look at settlements on riparian land, for example. Look, we need to live somewhere. There's a house, there's land, put the house. These issues don't ever come to the fore until there is an issue, really. Like Justice has said, if the court then deems that, look, this is the road, we're passing through here as a channel from point A to B. You can't live here. You can't put up a settlement here. Do we find that, let's say, over the last 10 years, or even now moving forward, that there's a deeper understanding that you can't just put up a structure anywhere because you've seen a space? Is there something like that? And then is there some kind of awareness building over time to get communities to start to understand that you can't do things like that? Or even something like, you can't just throw trash wherever you want. Or you can't just have an industry in the middle of nowhere and burn soot all night. Do we see that there's starting to be an understanding that, we have to live like, human beings?
Thank you. I think we say in planning that when we fail to plan, we are planning to fail. I think as a country and as a people, we need to have that at the forefront, that planning is important in all areas of our operations. Indeed, a rational being plans. Now, in a number of instances, I think we have failed to recognize that element, and that is why we are facing these challenges. Number one, I think we have, in many instances, we have failed to prepare the required development plans, and if I may now speak about towns, we have not been good at preparing plans, which then guide everybody as to what needs to be done where. I must say, for example, for the city of Nairobi, the last serious, and I use that word purposely, development plan that was prepared to guide the development of the city of Nairobi as a town development plan was in 1948 for a plan for the colonial city of Nairobi, and that's the title. There was an attempt to prepare an updated one in 1973, but that was really a strategic plan for the city of Nairobi and its metro region. It wasn't a town development plan as such. And that we used until about 2014, 2015, that we prepared now what is called the Nairobi Integrated City Development Plan. Now that plan that was prepared in 2014, 2015 was one which is strategic. It simply deals with the broad issues, It doesn't get into the finer details. Okay? Now, you'll be surprised that we have not then been able to prepare the detailed development plans that will be very clearly be able to show that in this place, this is a riparian reserve. We are talking about Nairobi River. This is the extent of the riparian reserve. This is Ngong River. This is the extent of the riparian reserve. We've not gone down to say then if we're talking about housing development, the various neighborhoods, this is the building typologies we are talking about. These are the building heights we are talking about. These are the plot coverages, so that we make sure then that if you have a piece of property that you want to build, you are only building 50% and leaving 50% open, so that there's enough green space for our children to play, so that there's enough green space, so that there's enough greenery, because greenery is the breathing lungs of our lives. Okay, so you find because of that, then you find you have a piece of land, and this is the examples we are seeing in places like Kilimani, Lavington now. Okay, where there was simply one family household on half an acre or an acre, you now find that is being knocked down, and you have got massive 400, 500 families.
Yep.
From where, starting from a simple household, and now suddenly you have got 400-500.
Engineer, who is responsible for ensuring that such a plan exists?
Fortunately, the government, the government, and the in this case the Nairobi City County government. But of course, the two levels of government, national and county, work together, and there are various state agencies. Okay, so you find then that we have been slow to make sure that these are prepared, and even where they are prepared, enforcement has been lacking.
We here as the government, or we here is the citizens of the country?
I think in these matters, we must put it in the plural form, but the government, I think, must lead from the front. Okay? But
Justice.
Not by itself, but it also requires the support of all of us as community.
Justice, is there legislation that supports this planning that we are speaking of? Say, for instance, that every 50 years you must plan, every 20 years you must plan, because from what the engineer has just said, this is daunting. This is terrifying. Meaning, from 1948 we've just been floating, and every once in a while a group of people come together and said that this is a strategy, and then we keep floating.
Yeah.
Which essentially means what's guiding us are one vagary after another, one group of vagary after another, and you're not really sure where to stand.
It's vibes and inshallah.
I'm sure there is. You see, for us in courts as judges, we are there to resolve disputes. Our job is not to be planners. We are equally affected with this haphazardness that happens because we are citizens of this country, and we only resolve issues that come to us. Indeed, we know about the 1948 plan. It's not the law. It is a plan. And so that is part of some of the things that can be produced in evidence in the courts. And so we have bits and pieces of laws that we look to when the matters of planning come before us, matters of constructions. We have the National Construction Authority. We have the Physical Planning Act. We have actually there's a planning committee that has been set up in Nairobi to ensure that, to address some of the issues that engineer has spoken about. So on our part, we only interact with this when there's a dispute. When there's no dispute, we are also
You're okay.
We are just like everybody else.
What if things have gone amok as a result of what was supposed to be the plan, and in terms of approvals that have been given that should not have been given? So something happens as a result of an approval having been given that really should not have been, because of the way the plan has been set out, and that's essentially law. Plan, then because of this plan, that is the law that you must abide by. However, as we know is the practice, based on what engineer has said, we'll have approvals for things that maybe shouldn't. Right? Whether there are skyscrapers in a place where you shouldn't have a skyscraper, whether there is a building coming up where sewage system is not adequate to service the whole area. Now, because of that, you have burst pipes, you have leakage, you have all sorts of drama going on, right? So because of that, me who's here, I have this issue with the developer. as far as he or she is concerned, they're doing what they've been approved to do.
Yes.
But it is affecting me. Would you bring in the plan at that point and say, hang on a minute, this should not be happening as a result of that, even if it is a dispute between?
So you make the
He
county,
and I.
the authorities culpable.
Do you
for
make them
all this?
culpable because of this dispute that's happening? Because you said we're supposed to be resolving disputes between person A and B.
Yes.
However, this dispute, if you look at the end or you look at the beginning, it has come as a result of something
Failure
that has
system.
happened there.
There, yes. Now, again, our role as judges is to resolve disputes. If you've not sued C, you've only sued A and B, I have no, under the law, I cannot start extending and saying, oh, please, C also come. You know, we don't, the courts, as you say, the courts don't look for disputes. So that's why I say, please, when you're going to court, ensure you have done your research well. What you have said, we see that every day in court. Very wonderful cases, you lose a wonderful case because you went it the wrong way. And my job as a judge is not to tell you, oh, by the way, had you thought,
can't give you a
then
clue.
it means I've stopped being a judge, I've become a litigant. So I should stop. I'm actually, I get conflicted. I go to the other side to bring the case if I'm the one who is affected. So the awareness that needs to be done in this country is really massive. I don't know who should do it. We are trying, even now when we are here as judges, we are trying. But I think we need to educate people a lot, even when you bring your case to court, ensure you've sued all the people who are concerned. So somebody has made an approval, it's wrong. But you haven't brought him to court. What do I do? The person who has done the mistake is out there. You brought the wrong person before me. It's like arresting the wrong person.
Sure. So do you find yourself biting your nails sometimes?
Yes, and
"Oh my God,
wondering.
I wish they had actually done this. But you can't
All the time, I can't. I can't because I'm a judge to resolve disputes that are before me, not to wish that it came. Yeah, because what is before me is not what should have come. It's unfortunate. But sometimes in our decisions, we'll say, but the body that is charged with this responsibility, maybe shame on you. I mean, a sentence here and there. We hope that this judgment will also be served on this body so that, but it's very heartbreaking to see somebody coming before you with the wrong parties. It's very heartbreaking for a judge because your hands are tied.
So you're saying in that, what do you call that, where the judgment, in your judgment, you also mentioned some of that?
Yeah, I'll just mention, and maybe like, so there are judgments where we've made some interdicts also. We've said, for example, this body therefore make sure that, for example, there are toilets that have been constructed. There was a case like that along the roads, public toilets, because really people can't be going to the bush in the 21st century. And that's an interdict judgment that needs to be supervised so that now the person comes to that body, since they were not maybe, so they come to say we have done it or we've not done it. We have such particular cases, but we have no enforcement police for the judiciary. So our hands basically are not tied, but we are not able to stretch them as fast, as wide because of the limitations of implementation of our judgments, or even bring in. But also sometimes when people come to court and we think there's an expert that hasn't been called, a judge suo motu can be able to ask an expert like the engineer to come and shed light on this planning of 1948 so that we can understand, so that when I write my judgment, it is also informed.
Because then the problem is in that planning and the lack of planning, and then the lack of proper implementation of whatever is happening, that will lead to so many cases. People in Rongai, for example, can today go and wonder who to sue because a lion has jumped over the fence and eaten my dog. So who do I charge? KWS? Do I charge the lion?
No,
the county government of Kajiado. Who ought to come to court in such a case? If you listed all of them, let's say you say you KWS in charge of the animal and the neighboring park. You county, you're the one who gave us the approval to start building here, and you should have known that there's a park nearby. You. NEMA, you should have made sure.
You should actually.
So you should list all those.
You know, it's like I am of the old system, the last Form 6 system. We used to do, when we would do answer questions, the teachers used to say, write everything, let the examiner pick what is relevant. In the same manner, in the same way. Please, if you think a party is relevant to your cause, for heaven's sake, list them. Let the party come to court and say, there's nothing, and in your pleadings, please ensure that at least in your pleadings you've mentioned why you're suing them. So you don't just list everybody. And then when I read your pleadings, there is nowhere where there's nothing against me.
Yeah.
So in your pleadings, make sure you've mentioned this KWS, whoever that you're suing, that you've chosen to sue. So that if they can come to court and say, actually, I have been enjoined wrongly. The court will also make that decision at the initial stages, because they will make those applications. So please sue anybody you think is related to your problem. Yeah.
Yes, I think just to add to this discussion, I think it's true to say that as a country, we are not lack of law legislation. Starting from the Constitution, I think what it is that we are suffering from is lack of implementation of what is provided for in our legislation, starting from the Constitution. And this is not just with the new Constitution, but right from the old Constitution. So there is enough legislation. There's enough legislation that we have, but I think it's the implementation that we are really very weak in. And this is where then it actually calls for a society that is informed, that's aware of their rights, that is aware the need to protect the environment, that is not just the government and government agencies and personnel who are responsible for making sure that our environment is protected, that whatever is, if it's building works that are taking place, it is not just one person, but that even government must be held to account. That indeed, even as officers of government, you must be aware that you must be held accountable in that regard. So I think the weakest point that we have as a country is a citizenry that is not up really to make sure that what is provided under the law and in the policies is enforced in that regard. I think a lot of the time that is the weakest link in our the discussion we are talking about, whether it's environment, whether it's development planning of our cities, and indeed the whole country.
Engineer, can I disagree with you?
Yep.
Okay. You see, you're an engineer. She is a judge, meaning she's a lawyer. She's a court officer. Here we work in the media space. There are things we can do. There are things we cannot do. I mean, we may think we can. Like, for instance, you're an engineer. The knowledge you have, I don't have. Now, when bodies that you represent, or the conglomeration of bodies that you sort of like lead and chair, don't speak about things that are their areas of expertise loudly enough, we don't know. When you speak about it, we the citizenry then understand. If you don't speak about it, we'll be guessing and figuring out and trying to read and understand what it's all about. Like you're telling me about the Planning Act of 1996. Okay.
48.
Yeah, okay, fine. Nimesikia. And then there needs to be a concerted effort for people who are specialists in certain areas. We are accused as the media of either promoting propaganda or saying salacious things. We are constantly being sued, by the way, just so that you understand. But we will argue and say, actually, we are simply fulfilling the mandate that is our calling. So my disagreement is, yes, the citizenry may fail, but the citizenry are failed by members of that same citizenry who have a more important role because they are better informed and who don't do what they're supposed to do as effectively as they should. Because if we keep talking about planning, zoning, there's a gap within, you say, within the legal framework that we have. And then you have legislators, whether it's in parliament. All these people have a role to play. Now, if they do not play their role, the general citizenry who are not in those spaces, what are they supposed to do?
For example, as the working group, what is your mandate as the Environment and Planning Working Group? You said you're a court user committee, right?
Yeah.
That brings in expertise into this conversation. What do you do?
I think then one of the key objectives of this working group is really to synthesize, to educate, to mobilize, to be where we are this morning, what we are doing now, okay, to bring this conversation to the larger public. And and indeed a lot of the time, a forum like this one, I think we're not only just reaching our professionals and whatever, we're reaching a wider community, and not only just within Kenya but globally. Okay, so this is one of the greatest things that we as user communities and, for example, professional associations, is to be able to engage the public, to be able to address these matters and find a solution to it. I think one of the weaknesses that we see is in a number of call them civil society groups, professional societies, the issue of inadequate resources being available, okay, then it means your ability to be able to widen the network and educate the public is limited, okay. So that element is certain there. But I think one of our key objectives is really to bring this information to members of the public, and that is why you'll find in this user group we're not only dealing with professional organizations and civil, but we're actually dealing with neighborhood. Okay, associations. Okay, they are a key partner in these discussions. Okay, so that people are really able to address the issues as they are on the ground. Absolutely, absolutely.
I know, for example, there's a lawyer called Alfred Ndambiri. We've hosted him here before. He's very active on matters of Nairobi and planning and the development. He's gone to court once, twice. He's harassed by the construction workers, by the developer, by the police in some cases. Judge, when such a person comes to court and says, look, guys, there's a development that's here that looks to be flouting regulations, and a court issues its decision on the matter, but the enforcement does not happen, and the development continues, what's the recourse? Sasa tufanye nini?
Yeah, don't give up. As my colleague has said, engineer, the working group is here now. We as judges, our role ends at delivery of decisions. You know, we can't follow up and say, ile decision ilitoa iko wapi inaendelea namna gani? No. Our role ends at once we've delivered the decision, the parties who have come to court, it's their responsibility to ensure that what the court has said is being done. And there is a provision in law which allows you to come back to court for contempt. I'm sure you've heard that. And of course, there are many times people have said, oh, people are not obeying, government is not obeying court orders. There are a lot of interdicts that can be done. So citizens should be encouraged. First and foremost, let's try and resolve our conflicts out of court. Let's try court and expedition. Let's also try ADR. Let's try community resolutions. And where the becomes very tough, as you've said, my colleague, and hi Ndambiri, if you're listening, he was my classmate. He really believes in human rights, and he whatever he does, he's doing it from the bottom of his heart. So I really honor him. If the worst comes to the worst, and you've been unable to resolve the issues, you come to court. Once the court makes its decision, please ensure that it is followed to the letter. If developers are disobeying, they'll be served with contempt proceedings. And if you're contemptuous and you're not obeying the court, we have under the law, especially under the Environment and Land Court Act, we can sentence you to 6 months in prison, or you actually a fine of 20 million. So it's not easy. So the citizens should know that they are the ones who are not using what they have. I'm not saying please run to court for everything, but I'm saying there is a solution. And especially for environmental matters, especially on issues of disobedience of court orders on things like construction, please, if you can, come to court. When we had the ELC at 10, the citizens said, environmental matters touch on everybody. Please don't charge us filing fees. This is something that is work in progress. The Chief Justice promised us when she was launching the working group on land that they are looking at how best they can address this policy issue. So we remove filing fees so that we can be able to come to court, not frivolously, but working to address environmental matters. So the courts are here, the courts are open, the courts are willing to assist, because we stay in this country.
Very good. And on the 4th of June, this particular division will be launched by the Chief Justice. right?
Yes.
And this is the Environment and Planning Division of the Environment and Land Court, where we take all our environment matters now. Asante sana for joining us.
Thank you.
Honorable Lady Justice Jacqueline Mogeni, Judge of the Environment and Land Court, and Engineer Mairura Omwenga, who is the member of the Environment and Planning Working Group and Chair of the Town and County Planners Association. 10 a.m., a minute past 10. My goodness, time has gone. Thank you for tuning in. See you again tomorrow.
It's now 10 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.